What on earth makes you think I give a fuck about your opinion on my life? Until you can say you had a hand in making me the person I am today? Shut the fuck up. You didn't make me, so you can't break me. Someone's time and breath are being wasted and it ain't mine. So you can make better use of your time by not worrying about what I do, or you can stay tuned into the show. I got more episodes coming, motherfucker.
Today's fucking affirmation. Today is the perfect fucking day to not give a single fuck about the opinions of people who should have been swallowed.
Blood makes you family. Nah, don't fall for that shit. Blood makes you related. Trust, love, loyalty, that's family.
Look, I just flipped the switch. Flip. I don't know nobody else that's doing this.
I'm at that point in my life where fuck you, fuck off, and fuck that answers almost every question I'm asked.
You know what? Some people aren't just missing a screw. The whole fucking toolbox is gone.
Hello, everybody. Just gonna go ahead and advance real quick and excuse the background noise because, let me just say, today has been a fucking day. I have been outside for the better part of the day, getting the ground leveled and stuff because we got a pool so that these, baby behind heathens can find something to do besides. Anyways, got a pool, okay? Well, I'm outside doing what you do when, getting rid of the grass and all that, just stuff. And come inside hoping, expecting to be like, oh, yeah, it's so refreshing and cold in my house. No, it was motherfucking hotter in my motherfucking house than it was outside. Oh, yes. It is hot as Satan's toenails, and my AC decided that it wants to be uncooperative, and it is not the business. So, the loud sounds you hear that sounds like a gale force winds or like I am on a freaking spaceship is because every fan that's ever existed from 1970 until present day has been located and placed strategically spread out in certain locations in my house to try to circulate this hot ass fucking air. So there's that, and I tried to place myself as far away from the loud ones as possible, but the loudest ones are the ones that be working more gooder. So there's that. So yeah, there's that. So I want to take a second to welcome everybody in and excuse everybody for my loud background noise. I'm sorry. I'm going to try to mute in between as much as possible, but this girl is sweating in places it is not very fun to be sweating. So I just sorry they're gonna have to bear with it. Hopefully it's not too loud, but I don't know what you guys hear. So sucks for y'all. I'm just kidding. Totally kidding. Cousin Melanie, hey Kimmo, Betty, Eddie, Kathy Wright, Bia, Bobia. Sorry, it's B, but if you guys know, you know. If you don't, you don't. She will forever be Bia to me. Wide open Chad. Oh, okay. Um, no comment. Moving on. Catfish. I miss Lisa. Welcome. She's new, so you guys give her a warm welcome and all that good Mormon fuzzy stuff. And Andrew, oh my God! Look what the cat drug in. You have to, and if you guys wonder why he says it like that, that's because you got to hear it in your head like Eddie or Kaylee. Inside joke. If you know, you know. Oh, you can't hear the background noise? Heck to the yeah! I was worried about nothing. Cause man, it is. I can hear it even with my headphones on. But maybe it's because I know. I don't. Anyways, I hear it. I just wanted to give you guys a heads up in case you do hear it, in case something happens, and like, yeah, that's what it is. I'm not like on a spaceship like trying to go to Mars or anything. Not today. Maybe tomorrow. But it's just my dog that apparently I need to drown. Or my son slamming the door. That's another thing. All the doors are open, so all the doors are open, so all of the can't lock the dog in a room or all that good stuff. So you're gonna have to deal with him because he's gonna be the most mouthy one out of all of them. For some reason, he just thinks that he runs this show around here. The Chewini. Yeah, well, he might soon, coming soon. Gonna have to get a weenie float or Chewini float. That might happen anyway. Well, actually, no, this is just a normal day, not even a rant. You missed the rant. That was probably what, a week ago? I think I'm probably be good for I don't know, until somebody else does something that. Good one. Y'all didn't hear that? Good. I just hear your stupid voice. Fuck you, Christopher. Yeah, that's true. Say FJT or you get yeeted. That's fact. If we're talking about the same person, yeah, she's over on SP. She's everywhere because YouTube. Yeah, or like my husband said, spreads like herpes or herpes, according to cousin. Well. Look what the cat drug in again. We got the biggest, fakest nurse of all the YouTube streets. Well, I'm being fake sick according to Eddie, the fake distractor. So can you give me like a fake exam and give me a fake doctor's note so I can get some fake tramadol? Asking for a friend. Hi, Lady Love. Oh, I do. Well, I thought she was the connect for the water heaters. I didn't know she had the connect on the freaking ACs too. Because if so, I'm gonna hit you up after this live stream. You can hook a bitch up. I thought it was FEMA trailers and water heaters. Am I missing something? Hey, Jim girl. I'm assuming that's just missing my eye. If not, then I apologize for that. gave your thoughts on him on Johnny's show yesterday. Which one? We'll call them the Three Musketeers. Or the Three Musky Queers. I can't say that here. Too bad I already did. Yes, I can. I can say whatever I want. She's the Oh, see, I knew that already. I'm trying to get the hookup. Since my. No, I'm just kidding. I don't know whose addiction got outed because y'all know I'm the meth head with the track marks. Duh. Know your role. I don't know. We're still trying to figure it out. I feel like if we would be better friends if we was to figure that out, considering mouth of the south over there knows, and she has all the facts, never gets anything wrong or misconstrues anything in a false manner, so if she said it, it's like red words in the Bible. Speaking of that, like the things that she does on her Sunday sermons, those the same red words of the Bible, just not like actual words in the Bible. Sorry. Just kidding. No, I'm not. Yeah, I know. That's what I tried to say, but I guess who am I to speak things about my life and my habits? I just I don't know anything. No, Eddie said we all know you don't use needles. Pookie for life. Sheesh. Yeah, everybody knows that. I mean, the same person who's pushing that narrative said that they caught me smoking on panel. So how was I smoking a damn needle? Yeah, true that. Yeah, well, he's definitely admitted to doing some things in prison that I wouldn't say and consider myself to be straight. Yeah, I know. The Bolo would put out, and we still don't know. Booty bumps only. Dang, I keep forgetting, man. I got all these narratives to keep up with and all these roles to play, and I'm just being a really bad crisis actor right now. I'm very sorry. I'm not being a team player. Oh, y'all can hear him? Shit. Oh, well, there's that. I'm glad he's mild compared to how he usually is. I did not know y'all could hear him. Y'all heard that clear as day. Clearly, I hear you. See, you're putting it in the chat. Fuck my life. Ugh, I know. She's like a trap queen, almost, Bia. She gets to prescribe the medicine and then she dishes it out too. Like, and she don't even have to have her own like little scratch pad. She just be like, "Here, come to my candy store, and I'll just fill a purse up and send it to you in the mail." But it'll be like a Michael Kors or you like a designer purse, but it'll come with plenty of tramadol, fully loaded. Let me stop before that gets going. Oh goodness! I mean, she's already got tunnels underneath her trailer, her FEMA trailer that lead all the way to Afghanistan. Oh, after she has her harvest, Cheese and rice, I've heard it all. Are they talking about me again? I mean, that's a funny. I know better because they don't stop. But honestly, like I said the other day, it's been so freaking hot, and now with the recent turn of events, like this baby back bullshit AC problem, it's just not safe for the people around me or the people that I interact with to go listen to that kind of stupidity because I'm already like a little dash of cunty like on a normal day, but man, my head is borderline spinning when it gets hot, and like I just don't need those problems. Like I don't need that kind of um like I don't need to come on a go on a damn what mission like Freddy versus Jason shit. Hey, Bluebell. Oh, nothing. I'm just ranting about the heat and swamp ass and all that stuff. Haven't got started yet on the case because I'm still ranting about the heat. Their relatives' ashes, Lady Luck. Because that's a thing. Ruben was never fired. Ruben quit like Eddie with his little quitting and then coming back and quitting. He was never fired. If that's his way of asking for the link, I don't know what language he's speaking, but English is fine with me. Fucker. Is someone live? I had no idea. I am, you dork. It's not even hot. Are you kidding me? What's the temperature right now here? Bae? What's the temperature right now? Look on there. Hotter than Satan's nutsack, whatever degrees that equivalates to. Both, Bluebell, both. It's hot outside, and the AC decided to be uncooperative or take a shit, as my husband said. Almost 8 o'clock at night, and it's 85 degrees still. So yeah, it's hot. I can only imagine what it was. Whoa! I can only imagine what it was today at noon.
What's up, boss?
Ah! Almost one time you out for that shit, Bia. No, see, my husband wanted me to say "f you," but I'm not gonna do that because I love her very much. But I almost timed her out for that shit. It's 90 in our area. Oh, it's 5 degrees cooler where you're at. God dang, I'm coming over, cousin. I'm bringing my camper or my triple wide. I'm just kidding. It's on wheels.
It's on wheels.
Hell yeah! Don't you know? It's on swamp tires.
It's
44s.
gotta be a FEMA trailer.
No, I'm trying to get one from Cut and Shoot, but she's being greedy.
How you been?
Hot as fudge sickles.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is like not the business. I cannot wait for this pool to be assembled because I might just move out and move in there.
I just got out of the pool. I thought it would be good enough to go in there, and I went in there, and I was like, "Eee!"
It was that
Fuck
cold.
it. Yeah.
Oh man, what's the temperature there? Are we the only ones that are like, hey, fuck, it's so hot right now?
Yeah. It's
Fuck
like
my life.
70 something, and
Ah,
touch the water. I'm like, oh, okay, cool. You know what I mean? I'm like,
fuck
you know, my
that.
city,
That just
hell,
pissed me off.
I just cleaned like I always
Fuck
do.
that. 90s and at 7:30 at night. Yes, ma'am, Bia. That is absolutely yes. That is. Can you imagine what it was today at noon? I don't even want to know because it'll make me mad. And it's humid as fuck, like which is like so much worse.
What's up with this pool? What kind of pool is it?
Just I don't know. It's like a above ground or whatever. But what's the dimensions there? Small. Yeah, I mean it's mostly for the kids, but they gonna scoot their asses over.
That's right.
But it's fifth. It's got a pump and everything and a ladder, so I mean it's not like a little kiddie blow up pool, but it's big
Right.
enough that you got a 12 by 30, I think.
Oh, hell
But
yeah.
getting the the yard leveled and prepped and all that is what we got to do first, and that's a process in
Right.
itself because got to make sure there's a foundation underneath it so that it holds. And I don't know. I was googling some shit. It's gonna take forever.
Well, let me give you some advice before you put it like on sand. You know what I mean? They say like to put sand or whatever the fuck down. I
That
went
is
to
what
Home
Google said.
Depot. Yeah, I went to
Hmm.
Home Depot. They sell this insulation. It's for like they put it in roof in attics and stuff, and it's foam, and you can get different thicknesses. And there's like an aluminum type foil on the top, so it like how you say re you know puts out the heat or doesn't let the heat come in or whatever. So what I did is I got the 2-inch thick one. I think I needed 9 of them. Mine's 12 by 24, and so I needed 9 of them, and I just put it to where the foil is up so that the heat will get, you know, into the pool. And this way you don't have to fuck around with the dirt, because when you walk around in the pool with the sand and shit like that, you're gonna eventually start digging into the sand and moving that shit around. Whereas this stuff, you'll feel like you're walking on the moon.
Sorry, I had to unmute the TV and mute myself so it would echo and so that my husband can hear it because I have my headphones on.
I could take a picture of like what it's called, you know what I mean? But I don't know, do you guys have
Yeah,
Home
I
Depot
was
out there?
looking. Yeah, we got Home Depot and Lowe's
Uh,
actually, and they're literally like a freaking 2.2 miles away from each other. So it's like, ooh, decisions.
right,
There's like a McDonald's and a Publix in between, a couple parking lots, but they're literally Home Depot on this red light, and then the next red light is Lowe's.
You see a lot of my relatives out there?
Heck yeah, man! They always load the shit in my car.
Next time you see Alejandro, tell him,
My husband said, "Who the fuck's got a car?" You know, gotta keep them wondering.
That's right.
Ambi won't let me in the pool anymore. Those damn jets are amazing. Ew! You are a weirdo. Unbelievable.
That's
Does
funny.
anyone get low at low? Shut your mouth. Like an idiot.
Oh shit.
Oh, fucking it. Them bastards on the other side of the pond are fucking crazy.
So what we talking about? Them dumb shits? Dumb shits to the dum dums?
No, actually, this is well, I guess some kind of dumb shit because um, I was going right. We're going the Riley, the frat brothers, and more importantly, like the police again and what they're not doing. Because I was like in a rabbit hole, kinda. I wasn't like elbow deep. I was like midways, probably like forearm deep. And I
Right.
was like, going through some of my old notes, and I was like, no way I wrote this down like contradictory. So I'm like, let me just make sure for sure before I go all like on a tangent. And I reached out to Chris, the family spokesperson, was like, are my notes correct? Like, is this the way the information that was put out? Like, because the 911 call, the frat brothers say that Riley's last phone ping or his last whatever. They didn't even say a ping. They just said his phone last said that he was in front of the sheriff's office at 11 p.m. And I thought that was weird because now I'm thinking like, how would they know that? Like,
How would they know that?
how did right? Because this was before the family had even got there. And
Right.
this was really early on, so I was like, okay, well, how would they know that? And then I started getting in this rabbit hole of the possibilities of how they could know that. But then I looked
Like
at
X60?
the stuff that I have. Yeah, well, that was the family's information. That didn't come out until a few days later, and it's contradictory because it says that Riley's phone, the exact message it says, lost network or phone turned off at 9:53, and I was
Oh,
like, huh,
even the time is
because yeah, that's not like 5 minutes or 2 minutes or 1 minute, which I could work with. That's an hour difference,
right.
which is
So
huge because that changes everything as far as what I need to be paying attention to on that godforsaken footage.
video. What if it's
Yes,
what if it is the frat brothers?
right. And I wonder that because I've even convinced myself that the strangest activity that I've seen on that whole 2.5 hour video footage that we've been analyzing like with a fine tooth comb has been that point where they're carrying something heavy, and then right after that where there's a group of them and they're looking over the wall, shining their phone lights and everything, and then the two cops come walking by and then they hurry up and get away from the wall. Well, that's at 11:03 and 11:07. Tell me that's a fucking coincidence. And the frat brother said that his phone pinged the last time at 11 o'clock in front of the sheriff's office.
Right. So, okay. Yeah, that's a little fucking coincidental.
Sus, right?
Like
Yeah,
11,
because it's like,
11,
because that's
11.
not, I don't find anything that says that his phone activity said anything of that such. Even the thing that I could, the timeline that I could find on News Nation that they got specifically from the or the lead investigator on the case when he was still missing, and their timeline says that Riley's last phone ping was via Snapchat app, and it was at with he was interacting with a frat brother, and it was at 10:15, and it was just underneath
Oh, no.
the bridge. But I also know that Chris told me personally that Riley, according to his phone records, that Riley was on the phone with one of the frat brothers, don't know which one, when he was crossing that crosswalk from Church Street onto Gay Street, which was at
Huh.
9:47 p.m. So he
So
was
what's
actively talking to them, and I don't know if he was. There's several possibilities that could have been going on there. He could have been sharing his location actively so that they
with
could be
this?
and they were trying to give him directions. But I don't know how the hell there's an hour gap, because even from 9:47 to 10:15, there's a lot of time in between that, and his phone went blank according to the Life 360, and the Life 360 will ping regardless whether and it'll tell you if the phone goes
Correct.
dead. The phone still had sufficient battery when it lost connection, and that means it either manually got turned off, or it got put on airplane mode, or it got compromised in some way.
Who's to say that, when he was talking or FaceTiming with the fat, whatever, frat brother or whatever the hell, it's to say, let's get his location. Hey, homie, a couple of the homies, whatever. Let's go handle this or whatever. Or they just go down there. He's not fucking cooperating. Some
Yeah,
shit
they could have
happens.
hopped on
Mistake.
some scooters, and they
Yeah,
could have been down there in like freaking less than 2 minutes. Them fucking things
absolutely.
fly.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean,
And
because
if they went the other way and didn't go the back way, and they went up and just stayed on Union Street, which loops around, and that's the road that like is on top of the
it
bridge
comes
and gives
right
you
down into that.
could have came right down there to
Hmm.
him.
Right down in it.
And right, and we've seen several groups of boys on scooters come flying from that way.
And
And we don't know if they
wouldn't,
seen him on the other side of on the other side of where that camera is, which is right where Riley's phone last pinged. He could have been on them stairs waiting or something, or and that because I was looking at the ping more closely, and when I zoomed in on where like the actual Life 360 screenshot that his mom shared, and the ping looks like, I don't know how I missed this before. The ping itself is not even on the side of the road as the river; it's on the other side of the road. And it almost looks like it's on top of the bridge. I can't really tell, but it looks like it's right there on them fucking stairs that lead you up to the next
right.
road. And then I even
Here's
went a step
something.
further.
Here's something. This, like, okay, how we were saying about, like, the sweatshirts or whatever the fuck. Somebody didn't get the memo. How do we know
Right.
that these sweatshirts aren't the fucking, alpha, beta, whatever the fuck, seniority,
Well,
whatever,
but
whatever.
get this, because the formal, the what they it was they were all wearing black and white. I'm not fucking
You
kidding. I
gotta
almost
fucking
had a
kidding
heart
me.
attack when I heard that.
No way.
I don't know what the theme was called. There was a term for it, but I've seen several pictures and videos of Snapchats from and they were all dressed in black and white.
Uh,
Yeah.
wow. I mean,
But apparently their formal wasn't until Saturday night, because when Riley's parents got there and they were looking and going around checking hospitals, the frat brothers just disappeared and then came back all dressed up for their formal. So that says that the actual event was Saturday night, but that doesn't mean that they weren't all dressed up. They do that when they go out. They all dressed up
they're all dressed
in
the same.
white, and having even the night that Riley went out, the one front picture that we have where he's standing next to one of the friends, you can only see like half of the friend, but the friend is in, Riley's in the half black and half white shirt, and the friend is in like a hoodie that's not half and half, but it's like a quarter of it is black and the quarter of it is white and the rest of it's black.
Yeah, that's it. This is getting a little funnier and funnier because them frat brothers definitely got something.
Right. And I've had several people reach out to me that have said that they don't, they haven't, they don't know, it's not anything solid, but just they've been in buzzes like keeping an eye on Snapchat and keeping an eye on TikTok and monitoring the comments. And several people have said in the comments that they are friends with mutual friends with these college kids, and that the buzz of the little, the teenage or whatever, the kid group that's going around in their little cliques is that it was a joke or prank gone wrong, and that's why everybody's being quiet, because they know that at the end of the day, whatever they did that caused Riley to be down there and in that state of mind was their fault. And ultimately, some could say that, because one thing led to another, that they have some kind of a blame, or, when it comes to, they might not have been involved in the act itself, but if they wouldn't have been being little assholes to begin with, it wouldn't have happened.
Right. So they still hold some accountability to what happened.
Right, and that would make sense, because if I watched this interview with Chris Dingman that he did, that he was a little bit more like forthcoming and a little bit less. He's kind of been keeping attacked about the way that he says things, and he kind of let more of his filter off on this interview. I don't know if it was because it was late at night and he just had a long day, but he didn't hold as much back as he normally does, and they were discussing the fraternity brothers and the things that go on in fraternities. And there was another father of his son that has passed away due to a hazing incident. That, God bless America, my son and his loud ass TV. He's not even in the house. Sorry about that, y'all. But he's like the father of, I think his name was Adam, but he, and they actually had an investigation, and they found, there was actual hazing involved and charges were filed, but because of their charges were only considered to be a misdemeanor in that state, the kids pretty much got like community service and 30 days of probation, and that was it. And they're still, they're not even convicted felons and no time in jail. So it's like, even the ones that get caught and get brought to justice, where's the justice?
Where's
There's
that?
no, they don't learn a lesson. They learn that as long as they hide behind this fraternity and everybody keep their mouths shut, then everything will be fine. It'll blow over. It'll smooth over. And that, how is that okay?
Well, that's the reason that they had made that oversight fraternity fucking thing. And it's like, why would you just make an oversight? Why wouldn't you just ban fucking fraternities?
Exactly. I don't understand why they exist anyway. I understand what they started on, but it hasn't been about that in decades.
Right.
Because they're not doing anything that, besides the funding, which is why I think the schools won't drop them, is because that's where most of all of their funding comes from. But I think it is no different than being in a gang. What's the difference besides the way they dress? I
That
mean, you got to be
where they
initiated
live.
in. You can't. There's no way out. Everybody, you're sworn to secrecy.
Right.
And I mean, what do they do that has anything to do with academics? It's nothing. All it's based off of is partying,
Right.
weird ass rituals, and a bunch of fake behind, clearly staged charity events with cameras all over to make it look like you're doing something for the community. But what is it doing for your academics is what I don't understand.
Nothing.
Like,
It doesn't do anything for the academics.
and what does it do? I mean, besides maybe if you're in the right one, I guess having it on your resume will get you, open more doors for you. But really, is it worth it with all you have to sacrifice? And I mean, some of these boys don't make it out the other side, but the ones that do and are talking about it now, they're fucked. They have PTSD, like they've been to war.
Right.
And that's not supposed to happen when you send your kid to a prestigious college.
Right. And it's the same thing as, okay, what are all these elites doing? You know what I mean? At Bohemian
Right.
Grove. It's the same fucking thing.
Right. And it's weird because it's like the last 10 years or so, it's really ramped up with the alcohol. The alcohol use
Yeah.
being forced into like the initiation rituals. And I mean, there's so many kids nationwide that have lost their life trying to get accepted into this godforsaken place, that it just blew my mind. Like, I had to stop looking because it just, the stories were never ending. As much as I was willing to keep scrolling, it would keep going on, and I only was searching the last 10 years. I can imagine if I would have made it bigger, but I mean, we're talking in the hundreds.
Right.
And
But it
a lot of them are at the same, it's more, not to be offensive, but it's more up north, I mean, it happens down here in the South too, but not as frequently as it does up there, like Penn State and Mizzou. Like, they are
right,
fucking
right.
hotspots for the shit. And it's the Greek fraternities and
Yeah,
sororities, because it happens in the
yeah.
sororities too.
It's
Greek
it's
life.
it's it's like George Bush, I believe, was Skull and Bones. They made a movie about that shit too, Skull and Bones.
Fuck my life.
So I mean,
I think I've heard that.
yeah, it's the same thing, you know what I mean? It's that Greek bullshit. And what the fuck is Greek about it? You know, you know what I'm saying? Other than, well, if you think about what is Greek about it, is all the what would you call it? All the nastiness, you know what I'm saying? All the perversity of it. You know,
Right.
back in Greek, you know what I mean? It was okay to have incest and shit like that, and all the Caesars, you know what I mean? They were all like brothers and sisters and shit like that, you know what I mean? And they did that because they didn't want the bloodline to ever let somebody else get power over the bloodline and stuff. And that's just the way it was back then, though. So it's like a mock, like a, I don't know, would you say like a mockery or um, uh, traditional fucking thing of theirs or whatever. It's stupid is what it is. And the kids that do it that don't understand, like, okay, no, no means no. Then you're dumb and you're gonna be susceptible to the bullshit.
Right. Right.
And that's and that what sucks too is it happens with these girls, you know what I mean, in the sororities or whatever. These dudes that are in the you know in the things think that they can do whatever just because the girls are part of their fucking fraternity, but there's sisters or whatever the fuck they call each other. You know what I
Yeah, and
mean?
I
And
really wish they would
technically,
use different terminology, because that should be a brother or sister. That's somebody that's the most endearing thing, like protection and the camaraderie, and that is not the case in that shit. It's every man for themselves.
yeah.
And I would never in a million years, I wouldn't let you do some shit like that to my brother, much less me. I would fuck you up. And I can't stand the little twerps, but that don't mean you're gonna mess with them,
Right, right. It's
and
like,
that
nah,
is
man.
not what it's like. It is far from a brotherhood.
It's very true though. You know what I'm saying? Because they all it's all who's gonna uh stab each other in the back. You know what I mean? And not say nothing.
Right, and everything that it is about the older ones and the senior ones bullying and hazing the freshman ones, and everybody that's being hazed just gets it with the mentality of just get through this and then I get to be the one doing it to the next ones. That's such a fucked up process
Right.
and cycle. Like, it's not even funny. Like, I can't even wrap my head around how many layers of fucked up that is.
It's like, doesn't that remind you of some police and shit?
Yeah, it does. That is hashtag America.
Right.
Ugh.
America.
Even the
Make it
fucking
great
army, if you
again.
think about it,
Yeah.
or sports or anything, the upperclassmen and lowerclassmen, it's the whole anarchy of the damn, the hierarchy, should I say? With
Hierarchy, right.
it's fucked up. Not anarchy. That's next.
Right, right. Yeah. Anybody got
One of
the
them
anarchist
archies.
in here? One of them
One of them
archies.
damn archies.
Hopefully it's not Arkansas.
No. Anarchy, hierarchy.
But no, that's true though, that's pretty strange though. There was always something with them fraternity brothers though. There's no reason to fucking lie about having to pay a tab. You know, why would one of
Right.
them fraternity brothers want to see your brother get home or to the hotel safe
Right,
and
and
then get
the
back to the
whole
party?
process of Riley being singled out when he was interacting with a group of his frat brothers, and whatever the event was, caused Riley to be the one singled out and thrown out, which is very bizarre to me in itself. And then also, whatever it was, it couldn't have been because Riley was being violent or causing a ruckus, because the bouncer, the footage that the family seen of Riley being escorted out, the bouncer is in front and Riley's behind the bouncer, and then the frat brother is a couple steps behind Riley. So if the bouncer was at any point thought Riley was going to be physical
Yeah,
or in a threat, he would not be walking downstairs with Riley behind him. You couldn't be more vulnerable.
right.
So
It's
Riley couldn't
almost
have
as
been
if
too much of a threat. Right. And then the frat brother turned around about, as soon as Riley got to the bottom of the steps, he was still about 2 steps up. And the frat brother turned around and went back up the steps, never even had words exchanged with the bouncer or said something to Riley, and then went back up the steps. So, and that's what you can see on camera with no audio, because conveniently when they showed the family this footage, the speakers wouldn't work.
wow,
My ass. And they
right?
haven't got to see it again, and that's the only footage they got to see. And there's 150 cameras inside Luke Bryan's bar.
What
150.
the fuck?
Yeah. So
Tell me
talk
what? Like
about
only five words?
that what yeah, they all work. They just pick and choose what, I guess they said they gave all of the footage over to Metro Nashville, and and they have it, and they feel if it was worth, the
Someone,
same with everything else. They don't
yeah,
feel it's relevant enough, or the excuse why the public didn't get to see the last clip of him walking after under the bridge or whatever, or right before the other bridge, because it was too grainy and didn't hold any substance. Well, none of them held any substance. If that's the case, why the hell would the last one of him being seen alive not be relevant? Like, who are you to say that?
they're the
Like,
ones that fucking
and
are
it couldn't
like,
be no more
yeah,
grainy than the shit you've released, like the godforsaken birch building footage.
right?
Let me be the judge of that. Let me see it. Let me get it.
I mean, that's the truth, though. You know, it's like, well, how about you let the fucking parents be the judge of shit? You know,
And they went and they intercepted all of the footage that other businesses, like for example the oil, what's it called, the Marathon, that that they have cameras right on the other side of the river right there, but they have cameras like right there that point to the riverbank, and where Riley supposedly went in at. And they gave they immediately, when Metro Nashville caught wind that Chris Dingman was talking to the whoever the head of who's in charge of the security stuff, they intervened it, told him to shut it down, do not send any footage to anybody but them, and locked it down and told the family that they have it and it's of no substance, but they can't see it. What the fuck?
can't they subpoena it?
Why? Not without Metro, and Metro's the one that's giving them the freaking the stop sign.
Right.
They can't just go pulling subpoenas. They have to write the warrants, and it's the businesses are being forthcoming. It's Metro Nashville that's fucking intercepting it and won't give it up.
So then, okay, I would assume this: if the business gave the footage over, then it's still the property of the business. The business, I would go to the business, ask for it back because it's the property of the business, and then
They were
therefore,
told by Metro Nashville to specifically, because it was an open investigation, not to it can't be released to anybody but them. So they know what they're doing. They're pulling their they're pushing their weight around, but then and in turn not doing anything with it.
right, right. They're putting all fucking stops to anything that could allude to anything
Right,
that
because
might
they
be
don't
suspicious.
want anybody to uncover anything that is going to make them have to get off their ass and do any more work than they've already done.
Well, here's
They
the
are
thing
just
though.
waiting on this
So
toxicology so that they can, by law, close this case, give the family a bogus ass death certificate with a bogus ass cause of death, and they can
right.
move on to the next case they half-assed work on.
So, but here's the thing though. So if they, I mean, what's the point of not wanting to prosecute any? Well, I mean, the thing about the
Because then
fraternity
that would
thing
make the
is they
public
have
become aware that
right,
Nashville is not a safe place, and then they
right,
would have to do something about it. And heaven forbid their tourist trap doesn't attract tourists to come spend millions of
right.
dollars in one weekend when it's a holiday weekend.
That's true.
They're more concerned about money, and they don't, because if they were doing their due diligence, they would be making these kids aware. They would be on every sign, on every bar, and every hotel. There would be warning about the pickpocketed and the roofie problem and
Right.
everything else that's going on Broadway that's been going on for years. That these kids that are coming from all different states have no fucking idea what they're walking into.
Correct. That's very true.
How can you be diligent and to protect yourself and be aware if you have no idea of the freaking wolf den you're walking into?
Right.
And at some point, that has to become complicity when you're in charge of the safety of these people.
Well, I mean, it absolutely is. I mean, like, so if there was oversight of those police, I mean, it's like, well, you're responsible of these people that go missing. There's no in
Yeah,
if
like if you can't do anything,
about it.
if you can't do anything as far as
Protect
the
your
after
town,
the fact,
protect your
then
city.
make it, yeah, be proactive and make them
Hmm.
aware before they start drinking so that they know and can cut themselves off before they get to that point, or they know not to be by themselves, to honor the buddy system, to not leave their drinks unattended, to not trust people that are, they Riley had no freaking idea the shark den that he walked right into. And I mean, you could see it in his body language. He had no idea the element of danger that he was in. And that
Right.
is because that the people that run that town are not doing their due diligence to make it known that it's not safe there, and you better be on your P's and Q's, or you
Right.
will be the next statistic and victim of a crime. Regardless whether or not you lose your life or not, which is very probable, depending on the circumstances, you are almost guaranteed to lose your wallet, your phone, or whatever else is of value if you're not freaking careful while you're in one of them damn honky tonk bars.
Especially if you're part of some fraternity.
Well, they just use those events to prey on their marks, because there's a lot of people at one time, and they know these kids are here to get drunk. So it's not going to be hard to go, and especially the inside of those bars. I was watching some footage of this guy that goes around. That's a whole nother thing. Sus as fuck. But this guy that goes in every weekend and he walks around and records the inside of these bars. People watching is what he calls it. Looks like to me like he's letting people get their mark online. Anyway, that's a whole nother thing I'll talk to you about offline. But they're literally not a freaking day, not an hour of the time of from Friday to Sunday, from noon until 3 in the morning. They are packed in there like freaking sardines. Like it is freaking elbow to elbow all the time. There's no way somebody could just brush up against you and boom, they got your freaking wallet out of your front pocket, your phone out of the front pocket. Heaven forbid you got in your back pocket. It's a wrap, Jack. Like you're not even going to know until you go to use it.
So if OSHA was to go in there, it'd be like, yeah, you guys are like above capacity.
Yes, I don't know how that doesn't apply to them. There's no way the fire marshal would be okay with that shit, because
Right.
you can hardly move. And it stays like that all the time. And it's so easy. You're sitting there trying to hold your drink and keep it from getting spilled, keeping it a little ways away from you so it doesn't get sloshed on you. Boom, somebody just slips something in your drink. You're fucked.
Right. Right. And here's the
There's
thing,
really no way to control it with that many people. And they're
and
all
then
drunk.
they know that these college kids come down, that they're coming down with some fat
Yeah,
stacks,
it's a
especially at the
tourist
fraternity.
trap.
Yeah.
Yep, especially the celebrity bars. Everybody wants to go to Luke Bryan's. Everybody wants to go to George Strait's. Everybody wants to go to Miranda Lambert's. And
Right.
it's these Kid Rocks, and this is where these events are hot spots at.
Is there specific numbers of like how many people have been disappeared and either dead, found, whatever, lost, hurt from each
I was
case individually?
I just watched I guess Dr. Phil did a segment on Riley's case, and he thinks that Riley was roofied, and he like did this. It's like a 45-minute segment. Let me pull it up and see if I can find it, because I'll just play a
Dr.
little bit
Phil
of it,
would
and we'll do
know.
commentary.
Dr.
Right, and
Phil
I
would
was
know
like, well, I wonder what made him
because
think that that he was roofied, like, you
motherfucking
know.
that motherfucker be doing that shit.
Well, no, and he talked to several people that had the same thing happen in that specific bar. Like, you know him, he does his fucking homework.
Right,
And I was
right.
like, I was blown away. Like it's so much more broader of an issue, and no reason. Some people just do it for fun. They just get off on, I guess, fucking people up. Like
Yeah.
it's very bizarre.
Well, it's because they had went through it, and like you said, so now it's my turn to get back.
Right.
You know what I mean? It's
And that's
petty.
messed up.
Yeah. Like
But
they
most
hold
of
on
them
to
do
that
it
bullshit.
for to make an opportunistic situation and rob them or essay them or something way more nefarious than just a joke. Because I don't think it's funny on any day.
It's not, nah, not when you see your
That's some
fucking,
sadistic shit.
yeah. I mean, even in the hood, you know what I'm saying? We don't like to see our homeboys fucking all fucked up and, shit like that. But
Yeah, especially when they don't know. Because can you imagine just getting that messed up whenever
yeah,
you don't even like, and can you, like, they say when you do certain types of drugs like that, like, your trip, so to say, is, based off of the mindset you're in.
it's,
And can you
and
imagine
the,
the
and the
panic
people
of
you're
not
with,
understanding why you feel that way?
and the people
I
you're
mean,
with.
I would have a freaking heart attack. My heart would probably freaking explode.
I know this, like, so when I was in high school and I sold acid, like the kids that had their friends, you know what I mean, and they done acid before, if they were gonna have a bad trip or seemed like they were gonna have a bad trip, their friends would automatically know what to do and calm them down real quick. And I've seen motherfucking people that, necessarily didn't, their friends were, maybe they're doing it for the first, second time, whatever, and they were having bad trips, and it was like, oh yeah, you motherfucker, I'll never do that shit. Fuck that. It's not cool to see them have a bad trip.
I've never done like hallucinogenics. I will freak myself out like talking myself into it sober. There's no like it just I know how I am and there's no way I could have a good trip. And I'm around people that like to fuck with me. Like so hell to the no.
Right. I'm like,
I'm not
yeah,
gonna be the next TikTok.
yeah. I see too many demons anyways. I don't want to see any more.
Yeah, like I'm good.
I ain't got enough holy water.
But the reason why I think Riley could have been being messed with is because of something that Chris Dingman said about the whole fraternity that was there. They all had dates, and Riley was the only one out of the whole fraternity that his date wasn't there. So he was I mean, that's like textbook
Mm,
scenario to be fucked with.
right, right,
Because for one, you don't have your significant other there to say, "Oh, hey, leave them alone," and for two, oh, you don't have boys will be boys. You know what I
right.
mean? And it just, I wonder if that wasn't more of the root of why whatever happened happened because he wasn't a freshman, so it's not. I don't. It wouldn't be like an initiation thing because he was 30 days away
He was
from
already a part.
graduating.
Right. He
Right,
was
he was
already a
already
part
a
of the
senior.
fraternity.
Right,
Yeah,
in a whatever, he was already a pledge, a whatever, a member, brother.
yeah, right. So his date was it was there is there a reason his date wasn't there or he just didn't have one?
Chris said that she had something come up last minute, like she was scheduled to go, but she had something come up last minute with family and couldn't, just couldn't make it.
Right. Okay, so it wasn't like
And that
nefarious
was the
on
one
her
that
part.
he was texted with, and the I'm good or it's good LOPS or whatever. That was the last person he texted when he was walking. That
Oh,
girl.
he was probably just like, hey girl, ain't these motherfuckers treat me like motherfucking shit, whatever, whatever. I don't know. That sucks. Has she put out like said anything like,
She's talked to the family, but they've tried to shield her from the
okay,
public because of how much scrutiny everybody else has got.
right. I'm curious to what, like, maybe she knows something about that fraternity that is fucked up more than it already looks as it is. You know what I mean? Just say like she would know whether or not they would be like, yeah, they'll do some fucked up shit, you know what I mean? And act like they didn't do nothing. But that whole timeline thing, that's kind of fucking suspicious as shit.
Right. And I was talking with Chris earlier, back and forth, messaging with him and like sending him, the different information that I had, like different theories on it as far as like how they could have been known where his location was, like how you could, there's certain ways that you can share your location with iPhone to another iPhone. That's
Correct.
like through iMessage, and then there's ways that you can share your location through Snapchat. But all of them require either a cell phone connection or a data connection or Wi-Fi. But I also learned that you can turn your phone on airplane mode and
Hmm.
never have to unlock the phone, but you can manually, while it's on airplane mode, turn the Bluetooth on and the Wi-Fi on, and because it's still on airplane mode, it will disable the location tracking, but it will still connect to Wi-Fi and be on internet.
No shit.
I did not know that, and I tested the theory on my phone earlier, and it fucking worked.
That's kind of curious because I did the other.
And you don't
I
even have
did
to
that
unlock
with
your phone. You can do all that from when you just swipe up from the lock screen.
right, right. I did that on accident the other day, and I was like, "Why the fuck is my phone on airplane mode? I'm not on no damn airplane."
Right. Yeah, it's because it's right up there on the top next to everything, Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, whatever. But
Yeah,
it turns off
it's
all of your, the
okay.
data and everything else, but you can turn the Wi-Fi on, but because it's on airplane mode, it still will not transmit a location. It disables all the location tracking. So Life 360, anything that's, sharing location through the cellular service will be disabled.
Notifications, right? So you're
Yeah,
not
no,
getting notifications,
phone calls, text messages won't go
right?
either way. Right.
Right.
But if you're using anything that is which is over, doesn't require data, which is like WhatsApp, Snapchat, Facebook
Correct.
Messenger,
Based off strictly
anything, those
Wi-Fi.
all you can use exactly. And I
Wi-Fi
almost wonder if
calling.
that's not why there's an hour difference, because if it was on airplane mode and still connected to Wi-Fi, because right where his phone pinged, I looked up Metro Nashville's public open Wi-Fi access points, and there
Yeah.
is Wi-Fi right there where his phone last pinged, a public, right there at that public park, and at the Birch Building has public Wi-Fi as well.
I bet. Isn't there? Well, there's the judicial system or
Yep,
department right
yep.
there. So
It's
obviously they're
got
gonna have
public
Wi-Fi.
Wi-Fi. Yep,
Right.
yep. And the public park right there, which is right up above on the top of that bridge. The public
Correct.
square park. It has public Wi-Fi as
Up them
well. And I
steps.
don't know. I don't know how far the range goes, but I guarantee you, right there on them steps between the between the Justice Building and between that park, I guarantee you they pick up both, if not one of them, if not both.
I guarantee you this would make sense why a lot of those homeless people stay right there because they can still connect to Wi-Fi.
Right, free Wi-Fi, and right there,
Yeah,
up there where the elevators are for the parking garage, there's outlets where you can
absolutely.
charge your phone.
Yeah, yeah, definitely.
I seen that
Definitely.
whenever I was watching that dude Pierre walk to the parking garage, because there was homeless people sitting up, like had umbrellas in front of them trying to block themselves from being seen. And I was like, "What the hell are they doing there?" And I zoomed in, and there they had charging cords plugged into the wall right there.
Right, right. And who's to say at night, you know what I mean? They don't fucking throw no extension cords from wherever they're
Oh,
parking from.
absolutely. I mean, I've seen Stranger Things in Polk County, so I can only imagine the shit they got going on there.
You
You
know
know,
what I mean?
right?
They're
I
not
mean, it's
homeless people are not, stupid. You know what I mean? I
no,
mean,
and they're
it's,
very resourceful. With what,
yes,
make do with what they have.
correct, correct. But they are fucking
Right.
hoarders.
Yeah, I don't understand how that works. I guess because when you have nothing, you just want to hold on to everything. But you'd think you would be like a light traveler, but that's not the case. They're like, "Don't touch my trash!
Right, right. I mean, you touch their
Don't throw
shit,
it
they're
away! How
like,
dare you!"
yeah, it could be a broken ass piece of fucking nothing, and you touch that shit and like, damn, I just got
Yeah,
stabbed. What the fuck?
yeah, exactly. Fuck around, find out.
Yeah, I know this. I couldn't go down to the wash in Fontana, uh, and just be like, "Hey, what's up, everybody?" If it wasn't for my cousin, yeah, I mean, I got to know them through my cousin, so uh, you just can't walk up in the motherfucker. You know what I mean? Everybody, for one, they kind of look out for each other, um, even though they're pretty much feisty as fuck with each other as well. Um, you can't just go up in there and not, they're gonna be like, "Who the fuck are you?" Oh, I know so and so. Oh, okay. But they're still watching your ass like a motherfucker. Strange. Very strange.
Yeah,
But
definitely
that
not the
makes
place to
perfect
be.
sense.
Not it just they can smell the tourist on you, and the fact that you're not from
Right.
there.
Correct. Yeah. Like, who the fuck you looking for, man?
Yeah, like, well, we have
So and so.
what are you doing over here?
You are dressed way too fucking nice to be up in this motherfucker.
Yeah, and a lot of it is like you can just tell, like Tennessee, if you're from there, like you just have the accent is different, the verbiage you use is like, and as soon as I mean the fact that he said, "How are you doing today, sir?" Like to the cop, they're all like, "Oh, oh, we got an out of towner," you know.
Right.
Like he's a little bit too far up north for them kind of manners.
No
Like,
shit. He would have said some shit to me. I would have been like, "What's up, dude?"
yeah, be like, "What's up, dog?" Or been like, "Don't make eye contact, just keep it moving."
Yeah, I would have been
Yeah, like FTP.
like, "Oh hell no,
Uh,
we got a fucking Cali boy here. Fuck that. Get this
I
motherfucker."
don't speak pig Latin. Fuck the fucking
Right.
feds. Uh,
Woo!
yeah, woody woo.
Shit.
We got a Yankee over
Get
here,
the motherfucker.
boys. I was gonna say that, but yeah, we got a Yank.
We got a Yankee. Got a Yankee ass shit. Like, what you call
Did
me?
Chris say anything about the scooters or the beings walking with Riley? He did mention that they were something that the him and the what's it called? The war room is what he calls it, which is like their group chat of him and the two dads and a couple of Riley's uncles, all the men, that they talk about the stuff that's a little bit more, the stuff that they keep the moms away from,
Right,
the
right.
hard, the harder theories
Hardcore
and
stuff,
the
yeah.
this, yeah, and they talk amongst themselves in this group chat, and he said that it was something that they were discussing in there, and that they brought it up to um the detective or whatever, and the detective acted like they couldn't do anything with it or whatever, so they kind of started doing their own research and inquiring, and had a couple of people reach out with three different scooter companies that the downtown metro Nashville area uses, and was able to narrow it down to one based off of the way they look, and called that company, and that company told Riley's dad that they would not be able to do anything without a warrant, and they would even with the warrant, they would have to have the person's name to be able to narrow it down. And Riley's dad said, "Well, if we knew the person's name, do you think we'd be calling you? That's the whole point.
No
Like,
shit.
if we knew his name, we wouldn't need you. Like, that's the whole point. We were hoping that because they're GPS, logs, so that you guys can keep up with them. They did find that match up on their own, and you have to pay, prepay for it with a debit card of some sort. The way that the systems are, you would be able to narrow down. Okay, this scooter was in this area at this time, this date. Who was it rented to at least? And oh no, we would have to have a name. Well, if we knew that, motherfucker, we wouldn't be calling you.
Exactly. And there wouldn't be a fucking warrant or a subpoena to get that.
Right.
If you knew that. So that's the
Right,
point.
exactly. And so that just seems like a system that's designed to kind of, work against itself, or, against I don't, it just seems counterproductive for that to be the way it's set up.
Well, it almost seemed like fucking 50 had told them to say some bullshit like that because it doesn't seem actually feasible that a company would say that.
Right. Right. Well, I know like Uber and stuff, they have privacy laws where, you have to have a warrant, or there has to be like a circumstance of, that they won't release any information to you. Like, but, it just seems a little like that's where we have the protection at. But if you put that same amount of security and protection on the reason why they're going missing, that rather than, trying to see, it just seems
But
crazy. It seems like it's a little misplaced on that had that higher security whenever it's not necessary. Like, what are people are really worried about? Who knows? It's them in an Uber. Like, I mean,
yeah, or on a
whenever there's
scooter.
cameras inside the car, you know?
Exactly, yeah. Yeah.
And it
Well,
just
what the
like we're
fuck are they
protecting
doing
privacy on that, but we have no fucking privacy like on our Facebook accounts. And you know what are we doing here? Government, get it
No
together.
shit. Ain't that the truth? And
And
then
it
you
just
got
seems real convenient that they want to say they're protecting our privacy on shit that makes it where it's like, almost too convenient for the situation that's the case. Like, oh, we don't care about your privacy. Well, if we think that you're using an Uber to sell some drugs or deliver some damn drugs, we will come out and we'll freaking breach privacy then. But let it. What are you doing? Oh, let it breach some privacy or whatever about somebody missing, and we got to.
Sorry, everybody. I cannot see chat, so I don't know who all is in chat. I am on my phone.
Sorry, I had to figure out where my crotch goblin is. It's about dark. You know the rules. Street lights on. Time to bring your ass in, boy.
Right? Come on,
My
mama.
life.
Just 10 more minutes. Shit.
Yeah. Come on, mom. 5 more minutes. Damn it.
Uh,
You're making me. You're gonna embarrass me in front of my friends.
right? I don't give a fuck about the damn friends.
Yeah, I don't either. Like they need to take their ass home too.
That's
All
funny.
y'all little dirty baby asses got school tomorrow. Tighten up.
That is funny.
Shut up, Christopher.
Yeah. So it just sucks about this kid, raw deal all the way over, huh?
Right, exactly. I really feel like the start of it is, the I reached out to Chris and even tried to explain to him because I know he says several times in interviews that he's from the older generation where he's not tech savvy at all, and it's like speaking Chinese to him whenever you start talking techie stuff or phone stuff. When I can understand that because my dad's that way, and most everybody else that I know that's in that that age generation is like, what are you talking about? And I'm like speaking it fluently, so I get that. So I tried to like, no offense, dumb it down as much as I could, and send links of articles of like step by step of what I'm saying because I know I can get ahead of myself and kind of just not overlook the fact that they have no idea what the fuck I'm talking about. So
Right.
I was trying to explain to him the things that I was able to do on Alex's phone data with work in that case, and and just kind of for an example to show him what the phones actually do log in their metadata, and the fact that because I have personally decoded it and read it and been through it, that I know it's available, but I know that it's if the police don't give it to them, they're never going to get answers because Ashley was able to not have to have the police's help because she knew Alex's Google password and email and password. So luckily for that case that she had that, but for parents like Riley that don't have his email and password, they are at the mercy of the police getting it with warrants and then getting it and turning it over to them, which the likelihood of that is unfortunately not very likely because of what they've done with all the other evidence. Get it and just hold on to it.
Right.
But I tried to explain to him the best I could so that he was aware and could make the family aware that this data it very much so exists and it's very accessible and it's readable. And if they do, by grace of God, find some way to get a hold of it, that I could help in transcribing it and making it turning it into something that is readable to the whatever you call that, to the normal person that's not tech savvy,
Right.
because it starts
Right.
out all codes and brackets and decimals and symbols. It's a bunch of mumbo jumbo. But me and Ashley figured out a really fast, efficient way that transcribes it and it paints a story. And Alex's phone, we got it narrowed down to the fact that it tracked literally every move he made on that phone from the time he turned it on with the service on it until the time it lost power, and it pinged every 6 minutes.
Hmm. So what would they need for that for you to be able to do that?
The metadata.
The metadata. And how are they not getting the
And
metadata?
if they don't, because the police have access to it whenever they got warrants from Apple, which would be like the cloud information, and the the Google information, which is like the timeline data and the activity that you log from the time you sign into Google. And this is all
Right,
things that your phone does by default. Like, you don't have to go in and opt into any of this shit. This is just everybody's phone, what it does by default, unless you manually go in and find it and turn it off. And even then, some of the shit is just not possible to turn off.
right, right. So would you
And
say
it's
that
a blessing
why
and a
can't the
curse, because
parents
if you
do
go
it?
missing, because the police are, they're not,
But I'm saying like
they
the police can't reach out to Apple.
they've already done that, and they've already wrote up warrants, but supposedly their warrants were for the wrong date, and now they've been waiting literally since Riley went missing. You do the math on how many weeks to rewrite the warrant and properly date it. And I don't know why there needs to be a date anyway, because if I was if I had it my way, it would be all time. And that's very much so possible. And because he's not alive anymore, you wouldn't have to have
If
crazy
he's
reasoning. It's just a family and I'm not saying that they want to know everything, but I would want to know at least a week prior. And just because you have to build, to try to get an idea of what Riley's normal activity is. You won't be able to know anything strange or out of the ordinary if you don't build up some kind of, timeline of what he does, what apps he gets on, what his routine is based on his phone activity. You
I'm
have to build
wondering
some kind of foundation.
I'm wondering if because now it is deemed a death that and not just a missing person that the warrant has to be written out different.
I don't that that's a good question, and maybe I can ask Chris to look into that, because
Yeah,
I know when he was still
I'm
missing, it
looking
was something
something.
that was like they had to have an active police report or something. But now that he's actually publicly declared as deceased, I wonder if like you said, the family would be able to, okay, well, that because they're
They
able to
should.
close bank accounts and get bank records and stuff. So
Correct.
why, if they can get that, which is way more private in my opinion, why would they not be able to get phone records, I wonder.
Right, because now they would just have to show like a death certificate or some bullshit. You know what I
Right,
mean?
right,
It's like,
exactly.
look,
Right, which would
I
make
need this
sense, because that's what
information.
you
Yeah,
have to get bank statements and stuff like that.
exactly.
And you
So
have to do that to get social security to, to flag
yes,
as a.
absolutely.
So I wonder if that would make sense, that the process would be similar. But I wonder if they probably haven't even thought to try that, because
Correct.
they've been just waiting on Metro Nashville to do the right thing, and that hasn't happened yet. And with phone
Yeah.
records is what is important, because anything to do that is like through the carrier,
Hmm.
that is vital, because cell phone, they only hold certain data for a window of time, and then it's gone. And depending on the type of data, like it's like 18 months if I'm not mistaken, and it dumps. Because can you imagine just holding
Right.
everybody in the world cell phone data all the
Yeah.
time? There wouldn't be anywhere that they could store that kind of data. It's just incomprehensible.
Who paid his phone service? Like, was it a part of like a family plan type thing?
I don't know. I would imagine, considering he was on a Family Life 360, it wouldn't be far fetched to say that he was on some kind of family plan.
Then most definitely the parents should be able to. Like I said, I'm just assuming that it's because it is
That's a
warranted.
good point. I didn't even think of that. Yeah,
Yeah.
because if he was on Life 360, that's pretty that's like a family thing, and usually that comes with like a my Verizon app or whatever, however they do it. But it's like they do it with the phone, all the lines or whatever, or if you add it, it's called a circle on my Life 360. So it wouldn't be far fetched if he was. Most kids that age I know would be like, Mom, you need to stay out of my business, and wouldn't even allow it. And you have to allow
Right.
it from the phone to share that information. And he was very, um,
Open.
open, and not, but just close with his mom. And his mom was very, wanting to know what he was doing and where he was at. And he was all right with that. It seemed, his mom loved him, and he loved his mom.
Right. Right.
You know, the last conversation he had on the phone with that girlfriend, I guess this was like a couple of nights prior. He told her, he was like, "Oh, you're my favorite woman in the whole world." And then he corrected himself and was like, "No, just kidding, the second, because my mom is the first." Like, you know, all just bless
The
his
mama
heart.
bear.
Like, yeah, for sure, no doubt. And that he was his mom's only child.
Oh, no shit.
Yeah, he has siblings. Like his dad had other kids, and I believe the stepdad had kids from a previous marriage. But as far as his mom, like he was an only child from his mom.
Oh God, that's gotta be fucking
So you
devastating.
know that sign that kind of puts in perspective like why she was so distraught. You know, that is her baby, her only baby. The same thing with Ashley. You know, is that they're, you
True.
know, you're past the point of having more and whatever, and that when it's your only one, it's like it just. I'm not saying it would hurt any less if you had multiple children, but it just kind of, you know, it's a whole. It crushes your entire existence when that's been your whole world for the set amount of years, and then all of a sudden they're just gone. Like, what do
Right.
you do with that free time and that free, that's just every bit of your attention just kind of goes to wondering what happened and trying to find answers.
It's like old people, you know what I mean, when they've been together so long and one of them passes, and then you hear like 6 months later the other one passes because
Right. Yeah. Dying of a
you know what I
broken
mean?
heart, in
Yeah.
a sense. Yeah. And
Yeah.
that is true. I'm not personally, but I've seen cases of it, like where that happens and, just let go and and just give up fighting and they want to go be with
Yeah, they
their
want to be with
lover.
their person. Yeah,
Yep.
life is not worth living without them.
Are they outside?
Huh? I said
I was
said
talking to
life
my.
life is not worth living without them.
I kicked Fumble from my circle. He kept giving Feeble my location. Oh my god, I can't deal.
Oh shit.
Dork.
Uh,
All right, this is the
Back to
Dr. Phil
you.
episode.
Alright.
Yeah, I don't even know how I'm caught. Like I missed that this aired. I don't know when it aired, but I think it was had to have been in the last few weeks because it was after he, had been found in the river. So I was like, what the hell? And I'm usually on point with Dr. Phil, so I don't know how I missed it. I guess because they took him off TV.
Right? Because
But then
he's
he started his own network.
oh he did? Is it still
Yeah, it's called. No,
with the
he's his
name
own
organic?
network, his own on demand, like all of it's his, and it's all free. And he's like a big fu to the
What
to
is this like an
the to.
OTT Jim Terry type thing? What the fuck?
Yeah, except it's like not gay. Sorry, so
That's
sorry.
funny as fuck.
Yeah, this ain't like you gotta pay. You don't have to pay any $29.99 a month. Like this is free for everybody. You don't got to connect to your cable provider. It's not a friggin' and there's no commercials. Like I'm honestly like I'm very 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 pleased with Dr. Phil and the way he handled this because he's like I got enough money. I don't need like I can just show y'all how it's done and steal all y'all's customers and just y'all be belly up before you know it. I don't know that he said that, but that's definitely what it. He's got his own
No,
news that's called like actual what's it called? It's like actual news or
it's not
it's
called X fucking News Network.
no, it's hold on.
It ain't a
It's
bunch of dick
called
pics.
it's called the news on Merritt Street and but it's yeah, hold on a second. These damn crotch goblins.
Yeah, Dr. Phil got a gang of DP pics and shit.
Yeah, it's got Nancy Grace, bunch of his different things, Steve
Okay.
Harvey, um, uh, anything to do with Trump. No offense. Sorry if that triggers people, but Dr. Phil said it. That dude from Dirty Jobs that got canceled. Now it's Dirty Jobs, but instead it's called Somebody's Got to Do It,
Did
which
that guy
pretty
die?
accurate. No,
Is
no,
he
he's still Mike Rowe.
yeah.
He's still alive. Yeah,
Oh, okay.
because now he's on Dr. Phil network. He just got canceled for some reason.
Oh shit! I thought he died. I was like, man, that dude fucking did a gang of shit.
Yeah, Nancy Grace, and the news on Merritt Street, which is called. It's like here the description says. I watched it and I was like, damn, this is not CNN. Because each day we are bombarded by screaming headlines that are too often far more confusing than they are accurate. So this is
Oh,
like actual fact. Well, they all say they're fact based, but
right.
like he's actually like,
Well, I sure as
yeah.
shit
So it's called.
hope you don't have Steve Harvey up there talking about fucking marriage advice and shit like that. This motherfucker been married like 40 times and shit.
Hey, you got to think like a man. I don't know, but listen, that used to be the only thing that all my family members could come in and get along and be in the same room at. We would get down every day at 7 o'clock on some damn Family Feud. And that'd be the only thing that wouldn't actually end in a Family Feud.
That is
So
fucking funny shit.
I gotta respect them for that, because that is talent in itself. Because man, any other time it don't. Christmas, birthday parties, there ain't no occasion that's too
There's just a real
sacred for
feud.
them people to get ratchet. Every day, 7 o'clock, Family Feud. And no matter where you're at in the house, because the TV gets super loud. Everybody pile up in the living room, and it
Right.
just there's no freaking kind of structure to it. Everybody's just yelling out answers, and then like, and then my meme all like, "You're an idiot. Why would you say something like that?" Like, sometimes I just wonder about you. You gotta be the smartest dumbass I've ever met.
Well, at least he's good for something then.
They don't need to be listening to it.
Oh my goodness.
Talking about being roofied and shit.
Steve Harvey probably knows a little something about that too.
True crime deep dive. I'm not typing it in. You have to be on YouTube. Let me see what you typed. It's all no spaces. It's all one word. My stepson's trying to find me on YouTube so he can watch me from the other room.
I'm glad you said
Yeah,
that.
he'll
So
be bored.
I will try and with the cuss
Yeah,
words,
no,
not let them bombing.
Yeah, well, they can't find it anyway, so I'm just gonna go ahead and slightly shut the door. They'll be back to cartoons in a second. He just came in with pizza and is like, "What are you?" Sees the microphone. What are you doing? None of your business.
Like trying out for American Idol.
Yeah, like I'm
Welcome.
I'm famous, didn't you know?
There you go.
That's what my dad said the first time he's seen it, and I put it on his TV, and he does not understand the concept of like smart TV and the YouTube and all how it is. He's like telling people, he's like, my daughter's famous. I'm like, Dad, not hardly. Like, stop the bullshit. Like you. And then he heard. I showed him one time whenever that ass face over there was talking about him. He's all over there, hair flipping with his mullet, talking about, "Oh, now I'm famous." Like, look, that's my mugshot. I'm like, dude, you're supposed to be mad. He's like, damn, I got so many of them. He had to pick the worst one. Like, let me pick it out at least.
Oh shit!
He's like, that's my mullet from 20 years ago. He should see it now. I'm like, yeah, the fact that you think it's still in
Oh
says like
fuck!
you're the problem. He's like, dude, he's like, I'm a silver fox. I'm like, Dad.
He's like straight up related to fucking Joe Dirt and shit.
Yeah, no, it's Joe Dirte.
Joe Dirt.
Yeah, he would put Joe Dirt to freaking shame. He's probably got Joe Dirt. Joe Dirt probably looks like he was raised in freaking New York compared to that, like Leroy type shit.
That's funny shit.
Trailer
That's hilarious.
Trailer Park Boys.
Let's see what this guy got
Yeah.
to say, Dr. Phil.
Yep, I'm gonna
Feel good. For educational purpose only. Few
yeah,
description
for
is
sure, no doubt. Mullet flip, fuck off, Eddie.
mullet flip.
Don't encourage that shit.
Yeah.
Business in the front, party in the back. Yeah, sometimes it's just party all the time.
I haven't seen anybody with a mullet in a long time.
Oh my Atlanta, you should come to the next gathering and I can show you a whole lineup of them because my dad's got everybody thinking that it's coming back.
It's coming back. I swear it is.
I said, according to him, it's never left.
Yeah.
Unless he was in prison with the freaking the buzz cut. He's had a gosh darn mullet if he's had any say over it. It was still growing. He had just got out of prison when we got together. That's why. It took a
Oh,
minute to grow. And he takes pride in his locks. Fuck my life. And he's got it perfect where it's like it looks I know that, but he thinks it's perfect and with his little weird ass hat, it's like, oh, Dad, you got issues. He's no, and then he's got that weird freaking porn stash like freaking Feeble does, or not Feeble, like Fumble does sometimes with that damn filter.
Right, right. Don't
Except
tell me
it's
you be
like
wearing like one of them alligator hats and shit.
no, he wears like the Salt Life hats that like look like you got it from a damn truck stop.
Oh shit.
And then he's got like salt. What are those things called? The stickers he's got all over all the vehicles. The it's some kind of fishing thing. Oh, it's a freaking dirty hooker. Okay, but it's a fishing thing. But it's got like a hook, a fishing hook, and it's like and there's a hooker on it, like a stripper. And so it's like dirty hooker.
Oh my
Pizza and
goodness.
rice. Yeah, that's all over every vehicle. Even my stepmom's.
Oh shit. There's like two.
And he don't even fish, so I don't know what the hell he's trying to prove. Like, I've never seen him fish my whole life. I don't even know if he knows how to bait a hook. I could bet money on it right now he wouldn't.
That's funny.
Yeah,
That's funny.
he could catch a freaking, if he can catch a goddamn hooker, I tell you that. Weirdo.
Catch a case.
Yeah, freaking, man, that dude's got more. I've had random siblings pop up at strange opportunities in my life that it just says that he was a freaking hoe.
Yo, daddy was a hoe.
Yeah, and there we don't live in a big enough county or town. That's all there is. It's pepperoni. Tom, oh my God, my Atlanta crybaby, Eddie. There you go, Regina. I don't want cheese pizza. It ain't got no pepperoni on it. Yeah, because you picked all the pepperonis off. But sure, I'll take the freaking naked piece. Yeah, brat.
Right.
I know he's freaking picking the pepperoni off and feeding the rest of the dog. That's why she looks like she's about to bust up eating all his scraps.
She bloated.
Yeah, my husband said that bitch better not be pregnant. I know that. He said she'll get the fuck out. Yeah, she is a little plump. I'm a little concerned, but I don't want to talk about it. My papa was a Rolling Stone. Don't encourage that shit, Bia. Yeah, except it's weird whenever we're like, oh damn, I've known you like 10 years and now what? Oh shit, you're my brother. And I'm glad that didn't get weird. That could have been very uncomfortable. Yeah, of the funeral of the guy that he thought was his dad, and then my dad comes and he's like wanting to fist fight my dad. That was real fucking fun.
Right.
And now and then when I look at him, I'm like, how did I miss that? He looks just like my brother, like my other brother, like big-headed Jimmy Neutron little dweeb. And their name is Jimmy, so Jimmy Neutron is fitting. I can fish. I'm the masturbator too. Stop with your bullshit. No, Miss W should be saying that. You better stop your bullshit.
Oh shit.
You just made me blush, you freaking weirdo.
Oh fuck.
That she said that doesn't sound good. No, you know exactly how it sounded. Oh, rated R
Right, right.
for Ratchet.
Yeah. Or retch out to somebody.
Oh, can you Ratchet? Oh my god, Chris is an idiot. I
So what is this?
can.
What is this, Dr. Phil thing? What's he saying
I,
about this then?
now we got a chat full of distractors, not just Eddie. Fuck my life. Now Homegrown's coming in to pick up the slack. What up, Homegrown?
What's up, homegrown? I can't see chat for some reason. I'm on my phone, so it's weird.
I don't know. You should be able to. That should be. Might say comments instead.
Oh, you know what? There's a little thingy. Yeah, I ain't got my glasses. Let me put my glasses.
I'm gonna push play.
Yeah, yeah, go ahead.
Hold on a second. Serious? Yeah, it's gay like that.
Oh, it kicked you off?
Yeah, I have it on my TV so I can see it when it went black screen.
Oh.
It's okay. It'll come back up in a second.
Right. At least Dr. Phil is up on point on this, you know what I mean?
Right, and I'll drop the link to it or whatever so that people can go watch it because it's worth the watch. I knew it was only going to let us get so far, but he only really talks about Riley specifically at the beginning of it, and then the other people come on and share their stories. But there's a lot of like a statistical information and what to do if it happens to you and how to go about it, and stuff like that. So it's
Right.
really educational, which is crazy. Like how you can restream and go in as deep as you want about some damn drama and shit, but start talking about some educational shit or some real shit, and they'll fucking black screen you.
For real.
Wonder how that
Stop.
works. You would think if it's educational or for the better making awareness about a subject that should be talked about, it should be fair
Yeah.
use.
For the betterment
But
of
probably
the people.
because Dr. Phil got canceled, so they're probably just like, no, we don't like it.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Cancel culture bullshit.
Yeah, YouTube's in on it.
Oh shit.
All right, I'll share this interview because I know they won't strike about it because it's YouTube and oh, see, Bluebell gets it. She said if they have stuff on YouTube to see, then why don't they fix stuff to not be shared if they don't want it shared? Jeez. No, that wasn't on YouTube. That was me being naughty. But I knew what I was getting into before I started it. I'm a rebel.
Rebel with the cause.
And I don't like being told what to do or not to do, more importantly.
Right.
Sent to Chris, I's were dotted, their T's were crossed, especially when it was coming from.
I appreciate you having me on.
We just started. Well, because you've not gotten to meet him, but I've talked to Daniel about you, and I've talked to you about Daniel, so now y'all can meet. Chris, Dan.
How you doing?
Hi, Chris. I'm sorry for your loss. We actually met briefly after the vigil underneath the bridge.
Yeah. I remember that.
I didn't, I just gave my condolences. I didn't want to, I know you guys are.
I appreciate you. Thank you. Yes.
Yeah,
So what are we talking about tonight, boys?
So, I mean, Justin, so
It's your show, Dan.
Work like a charm. We are back. So yeah, there's ways to go around and tricking it. I would not recommend this to people that are monetized and trying to stay in the guidelines of YouTube's good graces because it's naughty, but I don't give a fuck. So, with that being said, I will share the video to the Dr. Phil thing on my community page, and so you guys can watch it because it's very informational and educational, and it sucks that YouTube's being a butthead and won't let it be shared. But that's another conversation for another time. For now, we're gonna listen to because we're gonna, we're gonna trick the algorithms, and listen to Chris Dingman talk about some of the sorority things that I found interesting.
Koshiji.
For those of you that are just now coming back because the black screen's gone, because I'm a rebel. No, I didn't get struck. I just got put in timeout for 5 minutes.
Well, it's not my show, but Chris, I'm a director and producer. I've done a lot of work in the fraternity world. Made several short films that were quite successful. One about Nolan Birch, who passed away at WVU. One about Colin Wyant. Most recently, I did Death of a Pledge about Adam Oakes, who passed away at VCU, who was a Delta Chi. So I have a lot of experience covering Delta Chi. But I'm also finishing a massive 5-year project, an 8-part docuseries on fraternities called Protect the House. That's a deep dive into the fraternity system. What originally sucked me into this case is I was down there day 2 when Riley was missing, and I was searching on the ground with everybody else. And the first red flag that came up to me is, I know the patterns of fraternities better than anybody. Just so you know, I'm on the board of a couple Hazen charities, nonprofits, and I also speak at universities nationwide. But I know a lot about the way fraternities act. This is a little bit of a unique case because we don't know what happened to Riley, but the pattern and the way they're acting is almost textbook the way they act after their hands are dirty, and usually Hazen incidents. Now, obviously, Riley was a brother, but the first thing, it just didn't feel right to me. I don't know if you saw it, but there was a TikTok of me. I happened to be on a bridge one night when I was watching the Cajun Navy look in the water, and it was a long day. We were searching all day, and I was kind of frustrated. And I remember it was like 1 a.m, and someone started talking to me, and I went off on a rant. I was having a bad day about this, and I was pretty upset because where was Delta Chi? Because, there's over 150 brothers there. I could meet you casually. We can go out for a drink. If you went missing, I certainly wouldn't come home. The fact those boys weren't there, the fact they weren't all over you guys, the fact they weren't blowing up social media, the fact that they weren't using the resources of Delta Chi, which has millions in the bank, to help find Riley, the fact that they weren't rallying every local chapter of Delta Chi to get search teams down there. There were so many red flags about the way they were acting. And then when you throw in that they went to the formal, they weren't reaching out to you, the light attendance at the funeral, knowing what I know, it doesn't make me feel good that they don't know what happened. This is exactly the way they act. There's a reason why my docuseries is called Protect the House. And one of the episodes is called the Code of Silence. And it just feels to me, this is textbook Code of Silence. They're worried more about protecting Delta Chi's butt than they are trying to help you guys get answers. And
100%.
And I was down there and I was trying to get the police's attention. I'm like, look, I'm a fraternity expert. I've done nothing. I've spent, my last 3 projects, we spent millions of dollars studying fraternities. And, my last project, we have 450 hours of content. We interviewed over 230 people. And, we know the patterns and the way they act. And I was pleading with the police to start looking into fraternity brothers, because you have a limited window when this happens to get their text messages, to start seeing how they're talking, because they're really good at covering things up. And the nationals help them. The nationals lawyer them up. The nationals, tell them what to do. They erase all their social media. They try their best to try to hide what happens. So the police have to be right on top of it. And the fact that, look, I gave a great analogy last time I was on Justin's show. If a woman goes missing, the first person they question is the husband. Why the police are all over the fraternity brothers and treating them as suspects? And, I'm sorry, we have a missing boy. And then when they found Riley in the river, why they weren't immediately questioning every one of those boys is beyond me. And I tried to tell them to look at the pattern of the boys, and they don't want to hear it. They're like, oh, it was an accident. And you were down there too. We were talking about this as you got on. There's no way someone would, if you threw, I could take a running start and dive off that cliff. I would not have ended up in the water. It's at least 60 to 70 feet minimum. There's a zero chance. So the narrative doesn't fit right. And the only people that were with them, their actions post Riley passing away are almost textbook. You should talk to the Oaks family, the Santulis. It's textbook the way these fraternities act when their hands are dirty on something.
It just pisses me off, and I'm tired, boys, but I'm just going to be blunt about this. I think it's total bullshit the way they treated the family. The fact they walked by Chris and Michelle sitting in their truck coming home from their banquet or formal and waved at them. It's a good thing I wasn't in Nashville. I probably would have done something an old man like me would do to young punk kids, which is stupid. But guys, the way this was completely handled, we had a lady that actually sent a letter. I don't know if you're familiar with that actually was on one of the floors of the fraternities at the Tempo Hotel to the family, saying that they were woken up at like 2:30, 3 o'clock that Saturday morning from all the partying, door slamming, etc. About 3 hours ago, I had another lady that had hopped on TripAdvisory, and another gentleman, I'm still trying to verify it was that night, but in March left a negative review to the Tempo Hotel, something extremely similar to what this lady wrote us a letter on. And I'm like, wow. So not only did they not give a shit about their brother missing, they went out to their formal banquet and then come back and raised hell at the hotel. So yeah, all stuff that you already know about. You've done deep dives on these guys. I've never been a big fan, but come on now. You got a brother missing?
Have you guys spoken to Delta Chi National? Have they reached out to you?
No.
So that's another red flag. So I understand if if Riley wasn't a brother yet, if he was a pledge, but he was a brother.
Yep.
And if you look at their pattern. If a boy dies from a car accident, a suicide, cancer, it's the National reaches out. They send cards. They send the mother flowers on Mother's Day. So why is National treating Riley different? If this was an accident, they had nothing to do with it. Why are they treating this differently than what they normally do when there's a tragedy and one of their brothers dies?
You know exactly why, because the higher ups know that they screwed up. They're minions that was running around drunk and being idiots. Riley had been drinking that night and had fun with the boys, but the higher ups, the adults of the conversation with those young men, are now looking at their minions that ran all over Nashville that weekend looking like complete idiots. And, come on now.
Did any of the boys approach the family or talk to them at the funeral?
The boys that I was actually out of town. I was in Florida with my son because he couldn't take leave to come to the funeral. He's in the Air Force. There was a few boys that were brought down. They were chaperoned by the higher up in the Great Council.
Oh my God.
They made it to the funeral, went through the procession line, hugs, sorry, hopped back out on the bus and left.
Right.
And I had one of the dads actually reach out to me, in which his son's a sophomore. And as I've told him, I said, Riley's a senior. They were acquaintances. Your son's not going to hang with him and his boys. We know the pecking order. But in the sad part, Riley probably didn't know this kid. That's why the kid feels emotion about it, because Riley was one of those kids. He's not a normal, arrogant SOB fraternity kid, which is weird. Honestly, there was 2 or 3 boys that Riley graduated high school with that joined that fraternity and brought Riley with them to the fraternity. So that kind of gives you a little more baseline on what we're talking about here. And, the dad was like, well, we don't know what to do. And I'm like, guys, I said, we just want information. Please just reach out to your son. I would love to know what happened in the bar that night. Just general conversation. This is something that, you guys had went to 3 other bars. What was on the tour bus coming down? I'm not an idiot. You're on a tour bus coming from Mizzou. Yeah, there was probably adult beverages. You're at Nashville. You're there to party, but nothing. And when we did get to talk to just 1 or 2 of them, everything was deflection. Direct questions, deflection. you know, and it's frustrating. 100%. I agree. I've said this from day one. I said, if it was a prank and you know better than anybody, Mizzou especially has had a very bad list of fraternity pranks and sorority pranks at that college that made national news over it. But, you know, hey, if this was one of those deals where Riley was supposed to be there with his lady friend, as I've designated her. No need for the world to need to know this young lady. She's an incredible woman, and I don't want anybody to know who she is.
She stayed back, right? I mean,
she was scheduled to go, and like 2 or 3 days before they were to leave, her mother surprised her with a mother-daughter weekend. So she was not able to go.
Okay.
I don't know the exact quote, but I do come from Mizzou that did not have a date.
Well, you know, it's beyond suspicious. The good news is we have a lot of support for you guys. I know the Santulis want to meet with you, and they have, you know, obviously they're going through a lot of litigation there right now, but they're very well tuned in with the Greek life at Mizzou after what happened with Danny. But the circumstances and the behavior patterns of all these other issues where the fraternities were responsible, it's beyond eerily similar. And it's I don't believe it's a coincidence. And I just don't understand why the police aren't really zeroing in and trying to talk to these boys. And if the boys wouldn't willingly meet with you or your investigator or the police, if they lawyer up, then you know it's a major red flag. I mean, it'd be very interesting to see what happens if a formal request was made. I've been calling these kids out for the past few weeks. I mean, on Justin's, I've been going on TikTok. I've been calling them all out. I'm like, because at one point on that one video that had a few million views, there were a lot of people on there. Leave these kids alone. They're grieving their friend. I'm like, great. You want me to shut up? Come on and talk to us, or start showing the family respect. Go to the funeral. Let's see what you're doing. And they did nothing. It's very easy to shut us up, you know. And then now that I found out, and so
you were talking about it actually, and the gentleman, his son that was the sophomore up there at MU, he's the one that actually reached directly out to me wanting to know if it was okay for the boys to come down. And I'm like, why the hell aren't they just asking the family directly? So I screenshotted it, put it in eyes. This is not my call. You know my opinion, but you know, and honestly, the family was like, sure. They were hoping that when the kids showed up, they could talk to them, get questions answered. And kids showed up, hugs, back on the bus and left. And very, very minimal conversation in the line, and no questions were,
Yeah, there's so many things. I agree. I saw an interview you did, and I mean, you know, everything that you said the other day about the about the boots and the pants. I mean, we know the way boots fit. I don't think there's any way those boots would have come off.
No. Well, and you guys don't know about this, and I didn't. I found out tonight. Riley had 2 necklaces on, and he was found in the water with them.
If you don't mind, Chris, I saw a little bit of you on Pascal, and right after you said that, you were talking about people who had reached out to you, who had people they knew that fell in the river, and you were talking about one woman with fake eyelashes and things like that. And could I? She had a weave.
Yeah, she had a weave on, fake eyelashes, and was dressed to the nines in a town out in Nashville. And they found her like a couple of days later. Hell, it may have been longer now. I have to go back and look. Completely intact. Fake eyelashes, the weave was still on, everything. And I'm like, wow, you know, and I had 5 people that reached out, probably, and it's just crazy me trying to keep track of all the notes and stuff, but we had 5 people that reached out within the last 2 to 3 years that had lost loved ones in that river, pretty much at that spot, in, you know, back farther where Riley was found. And none of them was missing clothes. The 2 people they pulled out of the river while we were looking for Riley, I don't know if you guys, you probably do know, you were there. One was a jumper. They found him like 17 hours after he went in the water. And then the other one, I don't think they had been in the water for more than 3 or 4 days. And you talk about your heart dropping when you're hustling all this stuff, and all of a sudden the news crew called.
Who we lost now?
You hit your mute, Chris.
You hit your mute, Chris.
Chris, you hit your mute.
Oh, his headphones died.
There. Is that better?
Yep, that's better.
Perfect. Too many hours on my Sonys, but no, they none of the people that had been dropped in the or had passed away in the river had lost any of their clothes at all. And this is over a multi-year time span. Males, females, dressed up, normal wear. Yeah. So it just blows my mind that the way Riley was found, and then me finding out tonight that he had a cross, and then he had another necklace on, and the wet blue jeans and a size 15 boot miraculously got off his body. But a necklace, I mean, if anything's going to catch and snag on anything, it's going to be a thin necklace or just float right off their head, you know?
So Chris, real quick, while y'all were talking, I invited, because again, I feel like you guys need support that understand kind of what you're going through. So I invited Eric Oakes on just so you could have that introduction as well.
Okay.
I work with Eric and his foundation, and I did Death of a Pledge about his son's death. But he was a Delta Chi, and he'll reiterate what I was saying. The behavior patterns of the fraternity right now are, and they were they're criminals. Like, they were 100% guilty in Adam's death. So we know they were responsible. It's textbook exactly what you're going through. So someone's not correct in here if they have nothing to do with this.
Yeah. Hi. Nice to meet you. I'm sorry it's under this circumstance.
100% sorry for your loss.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. The similarities after the fact are just identical. You know, the way they circle the wagons and they don't let the individual members talk to the police or talk to the family. You know, they get lawyers, and the lawyers even go down and tell the members to clam up. And it's just, they have a whole action plan that goes into implementation when a tragedy occurs. And it's really sad. You talk, I mean, I've said this 100 times that I was sending my son to college, not into war. We didn't expect him to die. This is crazy.
You bring that up. My son's in the Air Force and he's 20, and it really broke him down. And he goes, "Dad, I'm the one here protecting our country. I should be the one that's worried about dying." And when your 20-year-old kid that's serving our country says that stuff, man, it just really, you understand. You know, you hit it on the head. That was, I'll be honest with you, that was the hardest phone call I've ever made. Was calling my son, hoping to God I got to him, because he's on base. You got a 50-50 chance of getting through to him. He's air traffic control, so he's under high security. But I wanted to be the person that called him to let him know that one of his best friends we did find him and he was dead, you know, and it was incredible. You know, I'm blessed. I still have my son. I'm not going to bullshit. I have no idea what you went through. I know what I'm going through as an extra dad to Riley. I can't imagine what you and your family went through, but I'm dealing with it day to day with Michelle and Chris. And, you know, there's nights that we would come in searching, and I would go to my bedroom and put my CPAP on because I'm an old fat guy, and just listen to the crying in the house. I had multiple bedrooms of multiple family members, and it just, you know, it's so unreal. Like, you can't see a movie or deal with it. That's why I apologize for what you had to go through, sir, because I've not been a parent side of it, but I've been right there with them. And no parent should ever have to go through that, especially when you're sending your kid to have the ultimate experience, to go to college, to get to live life, to do things that maybe we weren't, able to do as kids, but we work our butt off to get our children to be able to do that. And then some crap like this happens, and it's frustrating. I know, I can't imagine what you're going through. We're just digging into it, but the pure lack of respect, I'm old enough because that's the way you were raised, with respect. You know, the deal with them, quote unquote, you know, when they first gave the report that they said that the bouncer wouldn't let me outside. We had to go pay our tab. 24 hours later, I had 9 women that had been at that bar that night with their deals saying it was not an open tab night. You had to pay as you go. There's no reason anybody had to pay a tab. I'm like, wow, okay. And, you know, us to find out that Riley was on the phone with one of them, we still don't know who yet, but Riley was on the phone with one of the 5 that was still in that bar within 5 minutes of him disappearing. And then finally finding out that they couldn't really hear Riley because they had his finger in his ear and his phone. They wouldn't even left the bar. There's no telling when those boys actually left the bar. Riley was gone and missing. And we still don't know what happened, but those boys may have closed the bar down that night. Oh, it's frustrating.
They should have been walking him to the hotel.
Yep.
That's what
100%.
Brothers, they all leave. The whole group that came together leaves together.
We talked about that, and I was honoring Riley. I can't emphasize how great a kid he is, and I'm not just saying this to be blowing smoke up somebody's tailpipe. Riley was very calm. He was very laid back. Now, my son, he was a little ornery. He's like his old man, so that's why they were a great pair together, is because anytime Riley was not in a good situation, my boy had his 6 and was there. That's what's been so frustrating for him. He's 1,000 miles away at an Air Force base and can't leave, you know. But it's one of those deals. We talked about that. If we were in that bar, if the 4 of us, if we go out and it's the first night and we have beverages and one of you is asked to leave, we don't give 3 shits about the tab. That's on the bar. We're walking out, and most generally, even though I'm in my mid-50s, I'm not going to walk out like Riley was escorted. I'm going to be ornery. We may go out the front window. We may go out the side door. Who knows? But we're all going as a group. And then tomorrow morning when we're having breakfast, we might be bruised up, but we're going to laugh about it. Holy crap. Do you believe we did that last night? You leave as a unit. You're a squad. 100%. When Riley was asked to leave that bar, I don't know if you guys caught that tonight, the bouncer walked out, then Riley came out.
So,
Guys,
on the last time I was on Justin's show, so I went to where Riley was to walk down the steps, and I videotaped it and I gave it to Justin.
Yeah.
So on a very leisurely slow walk, it took me 1 minute to get from there out to the street. So even if they were separated, they easily could have caught up with him like that. He would not
in the cop video, in the police video that the family has seen, you see the security guy walking out. Riley's right behind him, and then one of the fraternity brothers, they only get to about the waist level, which means he was still 4 or 5 steps up those stairways, turned around and goes right back upstairs. The bouncer never impeded him from leaving the building. And I said, the biggest thing, I said, guys, I used to work security. I said, if I thought that gentleman, and I've said from day one, I think Riley was probably, and it's my own opinion, it may have been his turn to buy around the lady at the bar. We do know that the lady at the bar is the one that called security over. Riley was not being real coherent with his words, which may go back, depending on toxicology, him being roofied. But I go, guys, years of doing security, if I do not feel 100% secure in the person I'm escorting out, I'm sure in the hell not going to have them behind me on a set of stairs going down. You don't. That's just that's Keystone Cop crap right there. That's just how the security guy felt about Riley when he asked him the bar. He knew Riley wasn't any type of a threat or anything like that. And one of the guys, he goes, I never even thought about that. And I go, guys, that's 101. You walk behind him on the stairs, because what if they get aggravated halfway down? You can't recover from that because you're already 2 steps behind them. So I'm done with the rant, but I just wanted you guys to know that.
Oh,
that's a good point, because you can get attacked from when you can't see from behind.
Yep.
Well, I want to say this too. My wife is a big firm believer, and we talked about this earlier today on a live about Riley and the fraternity. And my wife is a firm believer of, if they wanted to, they would. If they wanted to, they would. If they wanted to search for him, they would have. If they wanted to stay behind, they would have. If they wanted to reach out to you all since, they would.
Mm-hmm.
don't, and that's a hard pill to swallow. I'm sure that especially for Michelle, it's incredibly a hard pill to swallow.
Yeah.
Because these people, I'm guessing Riley had pledged his freshman year, is my guess.
Yeah, he did. I got my wife over here, and something that you guys may know or not, was it 3 of the boys that went there from Kickapoo? So Riley had 3 of his quote unquote brothers that he went to junior high, high school, and then MU with. So not that just the 4 years of college should have tied them together. You've got junior high, high school, and that tied you together. Guys, they spent more time together than I do with half my family, you know? So
Adam had a similar thing. He had high school friends, and guess what? They're not aligned with the fraternity right now. So if they haven't broken rank and are out there openly supporting you guys, it really feels this. I could go on and on about Delta Chi and my opinion on them, but you know, the disrespect for the family. You know, Eric can tell you how they disrespected them. I mean, I was in a courtroom with them as one of the boys was sentenced, and he was staring the family down like they did something wrong to him.
Pure arrogance. Pure arrogance.
And so, and then, you know, and even the way, you know, the national treats the family. So it just, you know, you guys should put a lot of pressure on the police right now to be looking into those boys.
You know, and that's the sad part. That's a whole other entity, which you've had the pleasure of meeting and being a part of. We have been told by them that they did interview 2 more of them last week, I think it was, over the phone. We've actually had police officers in Columbia, because Columbia is about 3 hours from Springfield, and I do have a lot of local friends that have been police here in town, etc. I've actually got a family member that's part of the Missouri Highway Patrol. So I do know that the Columbia police had actually offered to interview and reach out to the fraternity and do a co-investigation, and was declined.
So is the TBI the one that's point on it right now? I know you said it was state.
No, well, the deal with state is the Tennessee Alcohol Bureau Commission, the TABC. Literally, the TBI, the FBI, Homeland, we have all physically talked to them. Until Nashville opens the door and invites them in, they cannot cross jurisdiction. Even we've challenged that now with, well, what if toxicology comes back and there was something in the drink? But the Tennessee Alcohol Bureau Commission, they're the ones that's running their own investigation. They are doing investigating all 4 of the bars that Riley went to and have all the footage from that evening from all the bars. They have been the only daylight in any of this crap we went through in Nashville has been them. They talk daily to the family directly, have been up forth and coming on every part of their investigation that they're doing with the bars. None of the bars held any of the footage back. They were all open to it. So that's the only sunshine we have in any of this crap with any of the police departments in Nashville, is that the Tennessee Alcohol Bureau is doing an investigation. And they said it may take a little bit because they are going through all the footage. The one thing about it, and I don't remember if it was them or somebody that actually worked at Luke Bryant's, but they said they had over 100 cameras in each one of those bars just for their own personal security. And I told him, I said, well, yeah, you have to, just for that. So we know there's going to be detailed footage, and thank God Metro Nashville is not the only one. Unlike the marathon footage that we begged for from the holding units across the river, I actually had one of the ladies who lost a loved one who actually went in the river completely across from where, quote, Riley went in at, which we all know he couldn't have. Anyway. But she told me it was at night, and from that footage, they could literally see the rocks and particles of trash on the opposite side. It's that good a camera system. And I go, well, it's a multi-million-dollar facility with fuel. I bet it does have all the cool tech. That was turned over to the police department. The police department said they looked at it. There was nothing viable. And I said, okay, well, show the family. If there's nothing there, then what harm is it just showing the family so we know it's nope, can't do it, blah, blah, blah.
Wow.
Everything we went to, the actual walking path that Riley went on, if you guys remember, there was 3 videos that showed up like the first week, 3 or 4 total. We know that they had over 11 businesses along that route that I know personally from the local news reporters that went and asked for it and gave it to the police department. The police department never looked for it.
I mean,
that's how we have a CCTV of him walking.
Speaking of cameras, and mysteriously the camera that had a bird's eye view of where the cell phone was last pinged mysteriously doesn't work.
Well, they told the family that camera, the detective, not the people from the detention center, but the detective told the family, and I shared those pictures, I don't know if you saw them, but the detective told the family that camera faces directly to the ground. And I laughed, and I go, this is a detention center. Those are 180-degree cameras no matter where they're at on that building. They're not going to look at a 6-foot section of dirt when you're in a detention center. And the best part, the birch tree video, which is quote unquote grainy, I don't have, this is third-hand information, but a gentleman that's been doing research for us talked to actually one of the officers at the detention center, and he made the comment that the actual videos were a lot clearer. He's not sure how they got so grainy. There's 3 cameras on the east side of that building. So there's 2 more cameras other than the one the police released that face due east, and the one that's on the south side of the building where the gentleman that took the pictures for me, clearly sees. And the crazy part, if you look at the river footage where I had him on the boat that took the shot back up underneath where the bridge is, you can see a third of the detention center from the river bottom. Now, granted, the camera's not there, but yeah, guys, if there's nothing there, and that's been my biggest deal, if this truly is an accident and you have witnesses and you have film footage that show that magically Riley got into the water at that location without breaking bones or any contusions or anything like that, why would you not show that? Why are you dragging the family along to this point if that's it? And one last little deal is one of our gentlemen that's on the ground, and you probably know him, you saw him, he took a tire from down there on the river bottom and went up there underneath the bridge and sent it off 3 times. It never made it past the original ledge. Guys, the tire bounces, the body don't.
Yep.
So there's about a 6-foot ledge off of that straight 21-foot vertical, which you guys have seen. That tire struck that ledge all 3 times.
Well, Dan's also been talking about having a dummy make, because he's out in Hollywood, he's got access to all this stuff.
Yeah.
And I was like, send it. I was like, I'll go to the bridge and I'll throw it off of it.
Oh yeah.
But so I live in the Nashville area. Okay.
Okay.
And this is about Riley, obviously, but here's what I want to point out. And I was talking about this before you came on, Dan and I were Sebastian Rogers, Summer Wells, Layla Santinello, Colin Snap, Jennifer Wicks, Adriana Wicks, and now there's a little girl missing out of Memphis. And all of these people vanish into thin air. And the police didn't find Riley. It was a barge worker. So we can't even give them credit for that. There were so many missing people here, and there's never any evidence to their disappearance ever.
No. You bring that up. I've had 30 years in the media industry. I entertain people on the weekend. And this was just second win for me. And I knew what the family, and you've been through it. I knew what the family was about to go through with the chaos, the false leads, the new AI crap that we get to deal with. I didn't want them to be a part of it. So that's why I stepped up, took the brunt, did what I did. You're talking about the other people missing, and it blows my mind how quick that Metro wanted to rubber stamp this. Right. I told the family from day one, I said, hey, when you tell me to take off the gas pedal, I'm going to do it. But until then, I'm going to upset a lot of people, the ones that I want to motivate to find answers. And that Saturday, when I went on social media, put them on blast, wanting TBI, FBI, Homeland Security. I said, guys, if it's sex trafficking, I want Homeland Security here. I said, we have a square block radius that we're concentrating in. That's all we have at that moment. And it was. And I said, I want fresh eyes. It's not that I think they may have better, cool technology, which they should. But guys, we've been looking at this for, what was it, 8 days at the time, 7, 8 days. And I go, we may have missed something. I just want fresh eyes. That's on numerous interviews. 12 hours later, magically the debit card is found. Doesn't look like it's been weathered in an area that hundreds of people had been over prior. The night before Riley was found, I went to the homeless community and I offered up money. I offered 100 for the shirt, 100 for the pants, 500 for the boots, 500 for the boots, and $1,000 for his body. I've been blessed. I have a lot of family in the military, and I have some that have done a lot of special ops stuff. And I actually showed them a picture of one of them. And I told the homeless community, I said, I want to tell you right now, I said, I'm not here to scare anybody, but this weekend we're leaving Sunday with Michelle. We've got to take her home. And if we leave with her and we don't have Riley, I have some friends coming and they're going to go through every one of these camps. They're probably not going to be polite. We're going to get answers because we know the homeless community has answers still probably this date because they're literally the only ones that were the last physical people to see him. And amazingly, within 10 hours, Riley's body shows up. Now, we're still waiting on autopsy to see how long he was in the water. Who knows? He could have been in there the whole time. But the 2 people that was found while we were looking for Riley, one was in, 17 hours? The other one was in like 3 days. It just blows my mind that these are weird coincidences, but how this stuff happened,
Well, I think it's weird, obviously, and I know that you've talked about this, I'm quite sure at length, but we'll talk about it again at least for a minute. For me, I try to be very pragmatic, and when this first happened, the most logical answer, knowing how Nashville is, I mean, you saw how many bodies they pulled out of this water just searching for Riley, which, by the way, I've never heard anything about any of those again either, just so you know.
Nope.
And I'm like, the most logical thing, and this was my opinion, was when you saw him smack into that sign, that pole, I was like, he's drugged. Because at the time I was talking to one of the fraternity brothers, and you also had the interviews where, the parents were on, and it's like, when he drinks, this is not how he acts.
No.
And then you look at the videos that you make, and all these people saying, oh, I was drugged at Luke Bryant's. I was drugged at Luke Bryant's. Apparently, Luke Bryant's and Kid Rock's, it's a common occurrence at those 2. But then my thoughts are, okay, got drunk and inebriated or whatever, something happened, he fell in the water. But then he's found, and I know you talked about this at length, he's found without boots, good quality Justin leather boots. I have a pair of Justin boots, leather boots. They're not easy to get on, and his feet are this big, so it's going to be even harder. Then you have pants with a belt that's above his hips because he's so thin. And then, like you were talking about tonight, the boxers come off super easy.
Oh, yeah.
So if it's going to take off all those things, and it would have to be a certain order too, because if not, the pants would just bunch up at the boots.
Yeah.
It's just very strange. And then you couple that with the fact that, at least not that I've heard, you may know more, I've not heard anything about broken bones. I've not heard anything about lacerations. I've not heard anything about bruises. And if you're going to have to fall from that height or have yourself beaten up by the rocks and everything in that river, you would think that there would be some postmortem, kind of effects or something that happened. From that, we haven't heard any of that.
No, none of it.
Hey, Chris, real quick, going back to Delta Chi, have you guys tried to reach out to saying I want to come talk to the fraternity house and went to try to talk to all the brothers?
We actually, like that Tuesday, Wednesday, after all this went down, the actual reporters are the ones that had reached out to the house and was told up front that they had already had legal representation and for all comments to go from there.
All right, but did the family actually try to reach out?
We didn't. Well, like I said, the boys had one of the nights, and I don't remember which night, but Ryan had actually reached out directly to one of the boys that had went to high school with Riley and just said, hey, man, I would love to talk to you. I've got some questions. And this was on a Sunday. And his reply was, hey, man, I'm super busy. Can I get with you back tomorrow?
Wow. What do you think about that, Eric? Sounds like Delta Chi, right?
Shameful. It's shameful. Yeah, I mean, so there's a whole lot going on in my head right now. Did I hear right that the Tennessee State Police is going to take over the investigation?
The Tennessee Alcohol Bureau Commission, but the TBI, unfortunately, we've been in contact with the FBI and actually TBI, but until Nashville relinquishes an opportunity for them to come in jurisdictionally, they cannot unless I don't know how. I'll be honest. We've done everything we can to try to get them, and they won't.
All right. So if you can reach out, or the family can reach out to, this is my understanding, the Tennessee State Police, and request that they take over the investigation.
Okay.
And therefore, but the city of Nashville police has to cooperate. They have to say, that's fine, go ahead. But the Tennessee State Police should have some pull with them. If I had known that in my state, in Virginia, I would have damn sure had them do that.
Yeah. Where we're at right now is the TBI and the FBI both gave us their contact info for reaching to Nashville, and Nashville declined. And it is documented. And I'm like, we even had Texas EquiSearch that was in transit coming up with their drones and their equipment providers, and was told by Nashville Metro to not come up. They wouldn't give them authorization to search.
Would you or the parents like to meet with the Delta Chi brothers if they would meet you with you guys?
I'll be honest with you. At this point, I will get you set up with Chris and Ryan. I'm not going to speak for them on that point, but yeah, I would definitely like you to talk to them and see if they would like to.
Because it would be real telltale sign if the family requested to meet with them to try to find out.
No, I agree.
If they wouldn't meet with the family, not law enforcement.
Yeah.
I mean,
well, that was the whole point, like at the funeral, and that, okay, to give you an idea, the 2 weeks Riley was missing, that Friday he was found, that following week was MU's spring break. So I know at least one, maybe two of the boys that used to go to high school with him did come home and spent that entire week in the Springfield area and never reached out to the family.
If you need a lawyer, you've got something to hide. That's my feeling.
I feel the same way. Like I said, I'm not speaking for the family, but I agree 100%.
Yeah. One thing you're doing good, Chris, is exactly what Eric did. They weren't really getting a lot of cooperation from the police. In fact, they have their story is a real tragedy because there were so many times that Adam could have been saved. I mean, there were multiple 911 calls. Police never came. They were blocked from a fire station. It's just heartbreaking, everything. But the police, now that we have the body cam footage, we've seen everything. But they didn't really. They were just treating us like a kid drank too much, and that was it.
Right.
If Eric and his family did not go on the press, they immediately went to the press immediately, and they were on the news nonstop every day after Adam died. If they didn't do that, they would not even have the outcome they have now. They basically had to do the job for the police by screaming it from rooftops that something's not right here, because they were trying to label Adam as a drinker and a partier, and they were trying to find every reason in the world to try to point fingers somewhere else that maybe this wasn't something nefarious and sweep it under the rug. But they didn't allow it to be swept under the rug. Hence why at least he knows what happened to his son now. And he got there were there were a bunch of boys that were criminally prosecuted. No one went to jail, but at least they got criminal prosecution on it and they have some sort of closure. But what you're doing now is exactly the right thing to do. And because, Eric, I don't know if you have an opinion of the way I was trying to explain earlier on how fraternity deaths are just treated differently, and no one takes it seriously. And once they affiliated him with a fraternity, it was treated differently in the press, and it was probably seen differently by the police. And unless you stay on it, they'll try to just make this just go away.
Speaking of that, I actually had one of the moms from one of the fraternity brothers reach out to me like day 3 or 4, and said that she had talked to her son, and her son said that while they were being interviewed by the detectives, one of the detectives made the comment that they usually wait 4 days in Nashville to start an investigation because usually the people show up before them. And I was like, wow, okay. And this, you know, the family interview with the detectives was about what, 6:30 or 7 o'clock Saturday night. We know the family, detectives probably went Sunday and spent time with their family and whatever. And then when they showed up to work Monday, they didn't realize that I'd already been at work and had half the world sitting on their doorstep wanting answers, you know. And it still blows my mind. At this, I think we're 33 countries. We've got 33 countries that sent letters and care packages already just to the family that's been watching this. Which is just phenomenal. And
unbelievable.
It blows my mind. I'll be honest, I had some guilt for a little bit about this. We talked about Sebastian. I had real guilt about that. You know, I was extremely happy that we were generating the leads that we did and that we found Riley, but I felt guilt because I know there was other people out there that had loved ones that had, you know, they don't have them. They don't know where they're at. I didn't want to take away from that. And at the vigil, there was multiple people that come up. One of them, his brother has been gone for 7 years, not far from that area. And he gave me a big hug and he told me, he goes, I just want to let you know, he goes, we have new leads. And I looked at him and I couldn't pick this guy out of the lineup right now. But I go, what are you talking about? And he goes, due to the amount of press that you guys have generated for just people looking for Riley, we've had other people looking at missing person cases that have been searching for info. And he goes, he's been gone 7 years and we actually have a few good leads now. And man, that struck me. You know, that's incredible that what was able, you know, I still feel guilty about what we were able to accomplish. I'm glad it brought awareness. I'm glad we're having this conversation because I really think worst case scenario accountability needs to happen out of this for what was done. Whether it gets turned into a criminal deal or not, there's people that needs to be held accountable for their actions. I grew up in a time where we were held accountable. When you did something stupid, we were held accountable. Guess what? That's how I learned from it. That's how I become a good dad and a good mentor and a good coach and all that other stuff. Is I would have these conversations with these teenage boys and go, you know, I'm going to tell you something. I said, you will do nothing that I haven't done. The only difference is you ding dongs record everything. Thank God we didn't have cell phone cameras. You know, but I said, guys, you know, I'm just being honest with you. Your lifestyles and decision making, you know, is not any different than what we did. We just, how our parents knew we did what we did. Oh my God, I still don't know. You know, they were telegraphs back then. I don't know how they knew. They knew when we got home. But I really hope that working with you guys, and I, once again, I apologize for your loss, sir. I can't, I'm not one of these people that understand what you went through. I don't, because I've been secondhand and it's tore me up. I can't imagine what you and your family went through firsthand. But I am thankful that you're here to talk about it. And, you know, we've got some stuff working in the honor of Riley. The governor of Tennessee actually called me direct with the cell phone. Wanted me to know if we decide to do anything in honor of Riley, that Tennessee would like to be a part of that. I thought that was pretty cool. That's still up to the family, but you know, maybe we can, as a group and in a you know, a group of people in different organizations, we can actually bring some change to this. Because guys, it's the way Ray Riley was treated that night. I you know, it's just unfathomable. The Friday night, I may have been able to get by, just guys being that drunk and stupid, going back to the room. Hey, maybe Riley's sleeping in another buddy's room, etc. I'm not making excuses, but I've been in those situations. But as the day progressed, instead of calling the cops at 10:30 that morning, they call Chris and Michelle looking for him. There's my first major red flag. And as that day progressed, and then knowing, I don't know if all of them, but a big group of them went to the banquet, They waved back at the family after the family had been at the hospitals and the morgue that night looking for their son, and then get on a bus Sunday, 9, 10 o'clock, whenever it was. And because I think I talked to somebody at MU at like 4 or 5 o'clock Sunday afternoon, wasn't it? One of the sorority girls. And they were Monday. But yeah, they were already back, I think, at MU at like 4 or 5 o'clock Sunday afternoon. We'd have to verify it. But those actions just blew my mind. Because I'm like, even if it's like this conversation right here, if the 4 of us go out, I'm going to at least make sure you get to your car, your Uber, or we're going to get back to the hotel room. And it's just how you can do that to some other human being that you're quote unquote brothers and best friends and hey, the part of the frat life, we're held to a higher standard. Where the hell was that standard at? I mean, guys,
it doesn't exist in Delta Chi.
No.
And when I've been hard on the fraternity, and once again, I'm not accusing them of doing anything nefarious to Riley. What I'm upset about is their actions after it happened.
Yeah.
You know, you could say what you want, and people, you know, last time I was on, a lot of people were, because I was a lot more animated, but a lot of people were complaining that I was being too hard on Delta Chi and the boys. But you know what? The way they acted now towards the family and what they've done, I mean, to go to a formal, to go out and drink, to go on spring break when one of their brothers is missing.
Yeah.
This is insane.
Yeah.
And it's exactly what happened to Eric. Those boys, Adam was on the ground. Eric and I went to where Adam died, and we stood in the very spot. They were stepping over him, going outside to smoke cigarettes. They were partying all around him. They sat there and let him die. No one got him help.
Wow.
You know, this is very typical of the way these kids act. And, you know, if they're not guilty and they have nothing to do with this, then why are they acting like it?
Yeah.
And, you know, one more thing, maybe to think about or to talk to the police about is getting some of the brothers' phones, you know, getting some of the information, because I'd love to know if some of the leadership called national headquarters, you know, that night, rather than, you know, going to, you know, calling the police or something, because that's the playbook. Is they're supposed, when there's a tragedy that happens, call national headquarters to, you know, that's like their advice line or hotline or something.
That's a very good question.
Do we know who's paying for a lawyer for that, Chris?
Sorry, guys.
What
happened with, like, I know why you're saying that. I don't know if Chris knows. What happened when they call, like, what happened to the fraternity of VCU when they called national?
Well, national immediately said, take the letters off the house. You're no longer a chapter. And then they ghosted the boys. So they weren't, after that, they were like, don't call anymore. Don't talk to us. Get lawyers.
Wow.
And that was it. And then they cut off correspondence with all of them. Then they had a lawyer on retainer because this chapter in Richmond was so bad. And the lawyer went down there and was talking to the individual members. And the members under deposition said, the lawyer said not to talk to anybody about it and not to talk to the Oaks family specifically about it, because we were all over down there trying to investigate. And some of these guys aren't the brightest guys to begin with. So they thought that was their lawyer, but that's not their lawyer. That was National's lawyer. So now they're like, I have representation, you know, I'm told, you know, not to speak to anyone without my lawyer present. So it's kind of misrepresentation to a degree. And there's just, everything about it is just wrong. You know, the way they handle things, the way they do what they need to do is they need to really go back to the roots of why they have fraternities. You know, the real meaning of brotherhood. I mean, being an honorable person is to stand up and do the right thing. And there's a few that did stand up for Adam, but we found out that there was camps. It was camp. You know, there was people that were there for the fraternity. They were loyal to the fraternity, and then there were people that were loyal to Adam. And so there was enough of them. At least we could build a case and find out what happened that night. So without that, we wouldn't have been able to figure out, you know, what happened.
You bring that up, and that's why I've been shaking the tree so hard with the fraternity and trying to get answers, because there's a possibility there's one or two of those kids that actually is distraught about this, and they're being told right now not to say something, and we're hoping maybe they will, you know, because
and if they're
it builds on their conscience, and they have a guilty conscience, and they can come forward.
And there's no reason why they shouldn't. If they didn't do anything wrong, then they're just aware of what happened. They're not going to be criminally prosecuted. They're not going to get in trouble. They should come forward.
I agree.
They should help give the family some closure and peace.
I agree. 100%.
The thing about my series is more than half the families in my series don't have the knowledge that Eric has. They don't know what happened to their boys. And I can tell you right now that the pain is even further intensified when they don't have any kind of answers. Because, you know, a lot of people will be like, well, they found Riley now. They should have closure. Not knowing what happened to your son is actually just as painful as losing your son. And, you know, they can help. If they know, if anybody out there knows what happened to Riley, they should give the parents some closure.
Absolutely.
You know, you bring that up, and I made that comment. I said, I don't want to sound disrespectful or ungrateful. I said, I'm 100% grateful that Riley got to come home and be buried. His mama gets to go talk to him anytime she feels she needs to. His grandma, his dad, his cousin, uncle. Tell me, my son, he hopefully gets to come home in July, and that's one of the first places we're going to go is to Riley's gravesite, so he can, you know, finally say goodbye to his brother. And yeah, trust me, we're at that point now to where there's just so much lack of actual investigation that's went on. I don't want to seem, you know, ungrateful. I'm extremely grateful that Riley was found and he come home during the circumstances, but I'm also one of those guys. I don't want, if there was something bad that happened, I don't want this to slide. I want answers, and so does the family.
And accountability.
Sorry.
Yep. 100%.
A lot of people need to realize, and I know that you guys, everybody on here knows this, but for anybody that's listening or watching, and I've talked about this before, oftentimes for the parents, knowing is the most important thing. And I think that a really recent, like old example is Natalie Holloway. If you guys saw with everything that happened very recently, Beth Holloway spent 20 years trying to get answers. She finally got the government to extradite Joran Vandersloot up here, finally got an answer that she believes is satisfied with. And his sentence, if you will, runs concurrently with what he's already serving in Peru, will end before his Peruvian sentence ends. So he's not going to have any accountability per se in the United States in regard to Natalie's death. She can now begin her healing process as much as she's going to be able to 20 years later, because she knows. And I know that it sounds weird. You know, you can talk to Joe Patino about this too, but they need to know. The parents need to know, even if there's brutal, gory details that you would think I don't want to know. They need to know this. They need to. It's more than anything else.
Yep.
Unfortunately, you know, these kids will take this to their grave. You know, like there's multiple cases I've covered, including like the Tucker Hicks case, where, you know, there's definitely a lot of boys that know what happened to Tucker, and then, you know, even the kids that can't get in any kind of trouble, never. It's all about protecting the fraternity, the code of silence. You know, in Eric's case with his son, part of the plea agreements of these kids was they had to go through a restorative justice program with the Oaks and talk to them, but we got them to agree to be interviewed with me and participate in a film about Adam. And we thought we did a great job with it. And, you know, I got the boys to open up and talk about what happened that day. And I even think, you know, Eric and Linda had a little bit of satisfaction out of it. And then months later, or now a year later, with this, when the civil case starts, we find out that even though the criminal case was all over and nothing can happen to them, they still weren't being truthful. We're finding conflicting details, we're still seeing, you know, this level of, you know, of protecting the fraternity, which just blows my mind because Delta Chi at VCU doesn't exist anymore. But, you know, to anybody out there that knows what happened to Riley, if it is a fraternity thing, I can assure you that if you ever spoke out or, you know, did something against Delta Chi, nothing's going to happen to you. Like, I don't know why kids, you know, I interviewed an FBI agent in my film, and he told me that he's seeing a higher level of loyalty with fraternities as he is with the Bloods, Crips, the Mexican Mafia, and the Russian Mafia.
Isn't that crazy?
Makes no sense. Like, why kids would do this to people like Eric are blowing my mind, that they won't help get closure, they won't come forward. There was never a point in my life, if I was in, because I was in a fraternity, there was never a point if a brother died that I wouldn't come forward and talk about what happened.
Yeah.
I don't understand how they put a fraternity above a human life. It's, you know, it's like collateral damage. Like, sure, we have, you know, so what? But even like the lack of sensitivity when something like this happens, for them to go out and party and then go on spring break, and, you know, I was calling them out. I mean, Justin and I were pretty hard on the Delta Chi boys. People were then fighting us in the chat saying, well, they had to go back for midterms or finals. And that's just horseshit, because Mizzou would have easily given them a time off because they had a tragedy. They did not have to go back. They could have stayed. They could have looked for Riley. It's a total bullshit, you know, and I've called them all out. You know, and prove me wrong. You know, I will be the first to apologize to them. Show me how upset you are, because kids today, those Gen Zers in particular, are very open about their feelings. When they lose a loved one or something, they post it on social media. All these kids were silent on social media. You know, the fact, and then the fact that the actions after it, again, they went out, they partied, they went on someone on spring break, they did the formal. I mean, this is crazy that the police are not all over these guys, and they're still focused on a homeless encampment, which, by the way, an area that they never even treated as a crime scene. The fact that I was walking all over that, the area where they found the credit card, and the fact that they never treated that like a crime scene, is just mind-boggling to me. Even after they found Riley, after they found Riley, after I was at the oil refinery, we went back down to the bridge, and I thought for sure it was going to be roped off, and because now they know there was a crime. Nope.
Nothing.
I couldn't believe it. You know, even that night at the vigil, I thought more people would be there. I thought, you know, there was a couple cops there. Why didn't the whole police department come out? And I just...
Or even the detectives.
Something isn't right. You guys have a right. You know, someone thinks that, no, it's not as fraternity boys. But okay, but why are the fraternity boys acting like they are? You know, again, they can speak for themselves. If it's not them, then... I don't know any lawyer in the world that these boys have nothing to do with it that would tell them, oh, you can't post about your friend on social media, or come on a show like this and talk about Riley, about everything that happened tonight, and, you know, what they've been going through since. There isn't one lawyer that would tell them not to do that unless there's something that possibly could tie them to something. It makes zero sense. And you know what happens. We all know what happens. You know, unfortunately, you know, I have kids. My daughter had a couple friends who have died in high school. You watch the way kids act the way they come together when they suffer a tragedy. We aren't seeing any of that here. And Riley was a senior. Yeah. Like, it was one thing if he was a pledge, but he was really in this fraternity. And I didn't reach out to you guys sooner because I saw on the news Riley's mother say that the fraternity loved him and he loved them. All right, so I was waiting to see how they were going to act, and I called it early on. I'm like, this is Delta Chi, watch. Where's the brotherhood?
The other thing that I want to add, not only could they have stayed because of Mizzou, but also Delta Chi had the money to bankroll them to be able to stay at a hotel to continue to look. Totally. And they didn't offer that either.
Well, why aren't they offering a reward? Why isn't Delta Chi? They got a few $1 million in the bank. They own $100 million in real estate or whatever the hell they own. Why aren't they offering a $25,000 reward right now? If you're watching this, Delta Chi, I'm challenging you out. Put a $25,000 reward up. I got SIGEP to put $25,000 up for information on how Tucker Hips died. Why don't you start it off right now with Crime Stoppers? Put $25,000 reward up for information on what happened to Riley. And it has to lead to conviction of. And by the way, if you guys have nothing to do with it, great way to clear your name and any suspicion on the fraternity. Why doesn't Delta Chi step up and try to help find out what happened to a brother who was part of your organization for years?
Yeah.
And for the
I'd
record,
love to see him do that.
And for the record, Chris, we do know we're very, very certain that the Delta Chi higher ups do watch this, especially when he's on. So, and now you have Eric, and now you have you. There's going to be a meeting about this one tomorrow.
I'm sure, but why don't they help, you guys? I mean, by the way, you know the way it is, Chris. I mean, 25,000, especially for a homeless person or someone that maybe knows something,
Life changing.
And so, and it's nothing for Delta Chi. And by the way, they're going to spend way more than that on lawyers right now, huddling around trying to protect their name right now. Well, if they really have nothing to do with it, it's a very easy way to clear their names. Because we all know, I mean, Eric, you don't know because you weren't there. I've never seen so many goddamn cameras and people walk around. There's just no way there aren't a lot of people that maybe aren't aware of what happened here. There's just no way. People just don't disappear and end up dead in that part of the island.
That's what I'm saying. Tennessee State Police would get a hold of all that camera footage and everything. They wouldn't play games like, the camera was pointing down or pointing a different direction, or they would get a hold of it and they would, tell you the truth and what's going on.
It's a very viable outlet. I'll make sure and have the family check into that tomorrow.
Yeah, if I didn't know that in Virginia, I would have definitely been lobbying for it. And then if I didn't get results that I wanted, I would have gone to the media and I would have put so much pressure on them. This is what I was told. I was told that there was over 35 unsolved murders in Richmond. And I was showed a whiteboard with all these people's names and they're under investigation. And then I was shown my son's investigation, which was a whole entire wall in an office. And we're throwing all these resources at investigating what happened to your son. And we're putting on, hold for now. I'm like, I never asked you to do that.
Wow.
You should be doing your job. I mean, if you can't handle your job, step down and let somebody else do it.
Chris, there are people that are posting that have some tips here. One very interesting one is, how can people get you guys a tip? Because obviously if it goes to Nashville PD, it's going to go into a dark, dungeon.
I'll be honest with you, several of the shows that we've done just had them send them straight to you guys.
Okay.
You can send them to me. I'll go ahead and post my email in the chat, and I can get them to Chris. And for the record, Chris, by the time we get off of this, I'll make sure I text you Dan's information and Eric's.
Perfect.
Because I feel like, especially for the family, when Michelle's ready, I feel like Eric would probably be a pretty good resource.
I agree 100%.
Unfortunately, Eric now dedicates his life to going out and educating people about hazing and fraternities. I join him oftenly. I made the film for them. It's shocking to me that when sometimes police departments, when they're serious about things, they'll consult with everybody from psychics on. But when I was down there in Nashville trying to meet with the police to try to talk to them about patterns of fraternities as a fraternity expert, they're like, they would just say, the fraternity has nothing to do with this. They were the brothers. And I kept trying to tell them, like, you guys should definitely, again, the way, then why is it, I could almost overlap it. The way they're acting is exactly the same in other cases where they were the reason for that person dying. It just doesn't make sense. You don't act like this when you're, because if you're a brother of someone and they die, you're a victim as well. You lost your friend.
Yeah.
You don't go lawyer up. You don't clam up. You don't go party after it. Like, this is really weird. You don't just show up at the funeral and then leave right away. You don't not reach out to the mother. There's very weird things happening here. And so I don't understand why they're not paying more attention to this, because, and by the way, it doesn't, what I think, knowing fraternities, because, even in Eric, so I've interviewed now I don't know, probably 50 or 60 boys who were involved in Hazen deaths. And in Eric's case with his son, the 4 main kids who were responsible for him dying, okay? And I've met some assholes, but I've never met like a really bad kid. I've never met anybody who really meant to harm someone or kill them. They're stupid. They do stupid shit.
Right.
I've never met a bad kid. And these are horrible accidents. Of course, they should have thought about it more, right, before they do things. And so I don't think for 1 second anybody intended to harm Riley if it was a fraternity. You know, they actually do care about each other. But would a Delta Chi member do something stupid, like, you know, roofing them or drugging them to play a joke? 100%. It happens all the time. I mean, every week across America at colleges, a fraternity member, it happened at San Diego State last month. Every week at University of Maryland, fraternities are drugging people. Normally it's a girl, and, you know, this is very well publicized. You know, but once in a while they do play jokes on each other. Sometimes it's with a pledge. It's very rare that it would be an upperclassman senior, right?
Right.
Maybe it was an accident. Maybe Riley drank the wrong drink. Who knows, right? But it's not uncommon that a fraternity would have the ability or wherewithal to drug someone, okay? And, you know, the theory of maybe they were doing something they weren't supposed to do, and it was, you know, even if it was an accident, but they're clearly in protect the house mode right now, clearly, because they seem to only care about protecting the reputation of their fraternity more than they are of helping you guys find out what happened to Riley.
Yeah, I wondered in that News Nation bit that I saw in Banfield. I mean, very sad story, but I didn't hear them. They just kept calling them fraternity, fraternity, fraternity. They never said the name of the fraternity, Delta Chi.
Yeah.
Yeah,
you're right.
I reached out to some of my contacts at News Nation and asked them if they could find out why they didn't, you know, they didn't have a problem saying Luke Bryan's or, you know, all these other places. Why not?
That's interesting. You're right. I didn't think about that.
Did you go to Luke Bryan's?
Did I?
Yes.
The crazy part, no, not while I was in Nashville, but we were actually there in November, and I.
One year ago this week, Penn State sophomore Tim Piazza died at a Beta Theta Pi frat party. He downed 18 drinks in 82 minutes as part of a brutal hazing ritual. At some point, Piazza fell down a flight of stairs, and his frat brothers eventually picked him up and put him on a couch. What they didn't do was call for help until nearly 12 hours later.
We have a friend who is unconscious. He's hasn't moved. He's cold extremity. He's probably in an ambulance.
Piazza's death led to a scathing grand jury report, involuntary manslaughter charges, which were eventually dropped, and new anti-hazing policies at Penn State. But Spring Rush is now back underway, for the first time since Piazza's death.
During Rush at Penn State, would-be frat boys really do rush from house to house to get pitched on what each fraternity has to offer.
What draws you to it?
The brotherhood, I think.
Yeah.
I mean, there's always going to be
fun.
Yeah. There's always going to be parties, but
fun.
I think I care more about the connections and the brotherhood.
Frats may seem outmoded in the era of Snapchat and legal weed. But participation has actually gone up at Penn State over the past 10 years. In 2007, 2,218 students were in fraternities. In 2017, there were 3,220. That's out of an undergrad student body of 46,000.
Why are you rushing?
I'm looking to meet some of my best friends for the future. I know one of the things another kid that gave us a tour on another zone day mentioned was that a bunch of the kids in the house were going to be kids that he's going to see again on his wedding day, and I thought that was something that's really cool.
Tim Piazza's death has rattled fraternities. which now have to deal with more oversight from the university and tougher rules, including a 10-day moratorium on partying while frats are recruiting. But the tragedy hasn't diminished students' desire to pledge. During Spring Rush in 2017, that's when Piazza died, 652 students registered to check out a fraternity or sorority. During this Spring Rush, 783 students registered.
You got the armbands or wristbands?
Yeah.
Let me see them.
Sure.
So how does this process work? How do you get these?
We had to fill out an application online, go through a whole course, then you take a quiz, and then you go and get your wristband.
What's in it? What's it like?
It talks about what you're going to be doing throughout the entire rush process, all the dates, and lays out pretty much everything for you, and then make sure you understand. Talks about hazing, what to do if there is hazing, how to report it, and everything like that.
What does it say about hazing?
It says that you should report any hazing to the IFC immediately.
The school says, quote, hazing that involves alcohol, physical abuse, or any behavior that puts a student's mental or physical health at risk will result in swift, permanent revocation of the university recognition for the chapter involved. It's a new zero-tolerance policy.
Do you feel like you have a good handle on what it is that you're going to be required to do if you decide to go forward?
Yes.
And all that, you're comfortable with all of it?
100%.
Feel the same way?
I don't know if I agree with that so much, because there is things that I'm not comfortable doing, and there's houses that I've heard do more hazing, and I haven't been going to those houses because I don't want to do the intense hazing. I don't think it's worth it. I want to find a group of guys that doesn't force you to do.
Well, what's the thing you wouldn't do?
Like excessive drinking, anything that's going to put myself in danger, pretty much.
If I was a pledge, I wouldn't show up. It's like hailing outside. And then 65 people showed up.
Junior Nick Lanham is the president of a frat at Penn State. If we wanted to talk to him, we weren't allowed to say which one.
Tell me what it was like for you when you rushed a frat.
I went by the house and there was a bunch of guys and I talked to them, hung out with them, and I thought they were really cool.
Did you do any stupid shit?
I think I had to take a Zumba class. They made me take a Zumba class, and I wore this bright pink headband, and I went in, I did all the exercises and the moves. It was all just kind of stuff that was to make you kind of look silly, but it was all just to make you closer to those people, and none of it was per se to hurt you, unlike perhaps some places. You hear these stories in the news all the time of people swallowing goldfish and people having to crawl on their hands and knees through broken glass. There's so many fraternities that they just do stuff that I'm like, why would you? Those aren't your friends. Why would you do that kind of stuff?
Those aren't just stories. Those things did happen at Penn State. That's according to a grand jury investigation opened after the death of Tim Piazza. You'd be happy if you just got stuck eating a goldfish. One frat's initiation included something called the pot, where a cup filled with hot sauce, catnip, cat food, urine, semen, shampoo, conditioner, alcohol, and bread chunks was passed around among pledges. They had to drink it. What job does the fraternity have to make sure that people know that's not going to happen to them?
They're the ones that are behind the veil. The university can write as many policies and stuff as they want, and their assumption is that the people within that fraternity are going to follow those rules, but really at the end of the day, it's the responsibility of the people in that room to make the right decision.
There's a strange culture of secrecy around all this stuff.
I'm going to go around the back.
Penn State is eager to say it's changed, but it also requires you to just take their word for it. The school won't put officials on camera to talk about frat policy. Brothers, meanwhile, are forbidden by their national chapters to talk on camera about their frats.
Hi. Yo, I'm with Vice News. We're doing a story about frat life at Penn State. Sorry. That's something we could do?
No comments.
Okay.
It feels like everyone is protecting everyone else from scrutiny. Frats say they're different after Piazza. You're just going to have to trust them.
Tonight, a Virginia family is searching for
So the dad that was on there talking to Chris Dingman about the similarities with his son's situation to the way that Riley's situation was handled. His name was Eric, and his son's name was Adam. This is his son here. And the other person who was on the panel talking to Chris was Daniel Kazu, or Kazoo, I don't know how to pronounce it, but he's the one who produced and filmed and directed this documentary here. It's only like a little over 10 minutes, but his situation was criminally tried and they were found guilty. But like he said in the interview we just heard, even though they were tried and convicted criminally, they're still not felons. They didn't have any time in jail. Their punishment was very, very minimum, and they were high-fiving and, like, you know, cheering on in the courtroom in front of the family, like when they got the white nothing sentence they got, and just completely had no regard or empathy for the fact that their actions were criminally found to be the reason why this person is not here anymore, and no regard for the family, and the fact that, you know, just completely disgusting.
For answers.
The Richmond
Tonight, a Virginia family is searching for answers.
The Richmond Police Department says it has no updates in an ongoing investigation.
Police found the 19-year-old VCU student unresponsive. Adam Oakes was excited to find out he was invited to join Delta Chi fraternity. Now the 19-year-old student is dead.
Adam was offered a bid to join Delta Chi. He had to go to a party on Friday night to start the initiation process.
An initiation party they suspect involved hazing and alcohol.
Oakes was told to drink an entire bottle of whiskey.
Adam passed out at the fraternity house and was discovered dead there Saturday morning.
They flipped him over and half his face was normal and then the other half was purple.
Adam Oakes' heartbroken family says they will not let grief stop them from demanding answers.
We deserve answers. Adam deserves answers. Adam was super happy. He was always, you know, joking around, having fun.
The last time I picked him up there, he gave me a hug that was life-changing. And I looked at him, I was like, that's the best hug I've ever had in my life. And he just said, I know, right?
Even for an 18-year-old kid, he was so good to his little cousins. I mean, my kids looked up to him so much, and he loved being around them.
One was when he was in Pee Wee football. He tackled a boy, and the boy was hurt. Adam came running out, and I was in the stands. I came down and I said, what was wrong? What happened? He said, Daddy, that was my friend, and I hurt him. And I was telling him I'm sorry.
I walk into the house, and Adam was already there. Very first time I saw him, I looked at it. The first thing I ever said to him, too, was, you know, this guy, I like this guy, you know.
Adam was very, very outgoing, very, very funny. Just always had that smile on his face at all times.
I knew Adam to be like a really nice guy just from how I always saw him smiling.
I would always tell the guys, if anyone gets a bid, it needs to be him. On the way to my house, I stopped by the liquor store. I bought a regular bottle of Jack Daniels, and then I bought a bigger one.
Early evening, the kids are all at a house, essentially taking their vow to the fraternity. They wait up in a bedroom to be brought down one by one on the staircase to meet their big brother, which is the big little ceremony with all the brothers lining at the bottom of the staircase, and then one brother on the staircase announcing. And next up is Adam Oakes, and his big is Andrew White, and then everybody starts cheering, and Andrew would have a drink, and the idea is of that is that you chug the drink.
After that, I gifted him the bottle that I bought for him. And then I explained to him how, when I was in his position, you know, I finished mine.
Even though you're not telling him to down this bottle, like, it's understood that, you know, people are going to get drunk. Even if there's no malicious intent, like, it's the riskiest night of the semester.
And Jason kind of had like a pep talk with them and was like, the intention of tonight is to get as up as you possibly can.
And so we made his first cup, and it was straight liquor, and pulled it back like it was water.
Adam finished the bottle, in which case he was intoxicated, but so were all the other boys.
I was kind of relieved that he finished it so fast, and so I was like, okay, dude, congrats, like, you finished it. Well, now it's time to throw up. And so we went outside. I pulled Trig. After I did, he felt comfortable, so he put his fingers in his mouth and made himself throw up. And so after that happened, my guard went completely down. I thought everything was okay. I thought everything would be fine.
A lot of the big brothers took their little brothers to their houses to watch over them, but Adam's didn't.
So after X amount of time goes by, I'm looking around, I'm like, where is he? And that's when I see him back out on the balcony, and he's kind of leaned over it like he's throwing up again. So I go out to check on him, and then I saw his legs start to buckle.
And that's the first when I noticed he was very drunk.
And so that's when I waved up a bunch of guys. We helped him inside, found a spot on the floor, we gave him a pillow, laid him down.
We all scrambled around to get a pillow, a blanket, and a bottle of water, and helping put him down on the ground.
And then he fell asleep, within a few minutes.
I remember telling myself back ahead just to watch him and see if he needs anything, and don't leave the room.
And then I think Andrew stayed with Adam for a little bit, but then thought Adam was fine, and also thought he heard Adam snoring, but Adam didn't snore, and that's why I think that Adam was starting to die then.
I'm checking on him throughout the night and saw no problems. I honestly didn't have a worry in the world. I thought everything was going to be fine. So I went around the room. I'm like, hey guys, he's fine, right? He looks fine. So I left, and I completely just expected to wake up the next morning, bring him a Gatorade or something, and take him out to brunch. And then when I woke up at like 9 a.m., that's when I found out.
One of the brothers that lived in the house called me, and I just froze for a second and didn't really quite grasp what was going on.
In the group chat, guys were saying, oh my God, Adam's dead, Adam's dead. And, I'm thinking they're f***ing with me. People say, oh, they're dead, passed out, drunk, oh, he's dead. I'm like, oh, he's dead asleep, you know what I mean? But then it started to get a little more serious, like, no, he's f***ing dead. Like, he's not waking up.
I was actually, watching TV, and Linda was asleep, and I heard a bang on the door, and I looked through the ring, and it happened to be 3 Loudoun County sheriffs. And I can remember walking down the hall in the house to get Linda. I just felt something was really, really wrong.
And immediately I was in denial. I was like, whatever. Tell me why you're really here. Eric just immediately was like, just screaming no.
It just felt like something came in and ripped my heart out. Just knowing that your only child, the one that you'd cared for, the one that you'd prayed for many years, was gone.
Adam never did anything without Linda, and Linda never did anything without Adam. Just wasn't. Sometimes Linda would go and check Adam out of school just because she missed him.
I used to stay up because Adam was the only child and he didn't have any siblings to play with, so I'm the one playing Call of Duty, and we'd stay up all night, like till 4 o'clock in the morning. And then when he got older, he was going out with his friends, and he would call me at 4 o'clock in the morning to come get him. Oh, I miss those phone calls at 4 in the morning.
My dad was actually, he had stage 4 cancer, and I had to go over and break the news to him that his grandson died. And it's one of the hardest things to do because, he loved Adam a lot.
It was hard to pick up the pillow he slept on. It was hard to see the place where he lived. He still had packages that were mailed to him from my grandma that he'll never open.
Planning your own child's funeral is the worst. It's just the worst feeling that you could have as a parent, as a person.
We sat in the living room, and really we just cried.
And then a couple of his friends started to talk about memories and talk about good, good stuff. But then eventually that good stuff turns to anger. Like, why did this happen? What happened? Because a 19-year-old kid isn't just found dead.
The only thing that they told me was that your son has passed and alcohol was a factor and we don't detect any foul play at this time. And I'm like, what the hell does that mean?
I'm Allison Martin. I was the prosecutor who handled the case involving Adam Oakes. The fraternity, the local ritual was that you chugged that first family drink with your big brother. Adam's turn comes up. He's matched with Andrew White. Andrew White, importantly, hands him a handle of whiskey. And the reason that's important is because we've got a handle which is bigger than the bottles that everyone else is getting. And because it's dark alcohol, that's a killer. His alcohol level at the time of death was probably in excess of a 0.40. He didn't have a chance. He might have had a chance if someone had realized hours earlier.
There were 3 or possibly 4 911 calls for noise disturbance, and the police never responded. At any point, had they knocked on the door and asked them to stop, or if they'd come inside, they would have seen Adam needing help and would have immediately called an ambulance and got him help. And he'd still be alive today.
As soon as I hung up, it seriously felt like a nightmare. It seriously felt like it wasn't real. And it felt like any moment I was just gonna wake back up again and everything would be fine.
And kind of crippling anxiety that it felt like a weight, an anchor was on top of my chest.
I was shocked, confused, went into a panic attack. My roommate just knocks on my condo door and says, "Hey dude, the cops are here."
My mom's calling me and she's hysterical, she's crying. And she said police came to the house and that they surrounded the house and that they said I needed to go to jail.
So, I put some shoes on, I walk over there, and they ask me if I'm Jason. I say yes, and they told me to step outside and immediately throw cuffs on me.
So at first I have no idea why they're in there, and then I'm officer, why am I being arrested? And then he finally was hazing misdemeanor, use your imagination.
I wanted to be in law enforcement. I even thought about being a police officer. And just seeing them handcuff me and throw me into a van, it was, to use the word terrifying is an understatement.
When I got to the jail, usually, when you get misdemeanor charges, you can post bail if it's something light. But I was denied bond.
Because we were denied bond, we couldn't see the judge, so we ended up staying Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and most of Monday. It was just awful. I was locked in a cell that only had a bed and a toilet. I remember just laying there in bed in an orange jumpsuit thinking, this is really happening.
Yeah, I called my parents, and then I walked into the courtroom Monday morning, and my parents saw me wearing a jumpsuit.
The minute I got the opportunity to get a phone call, I called my mom. It was hard to explain what was going on.
I felt like I let my parents down.
I felt like a disappointment. I felt like I'm just a f*** up.
It was a total nightmare.
I wasn't scared. I knew it was coming. In a way, I felt like I deserved it. I walked straight into court, pled guilty to both charges because there was no other alternative. I was guilty. I provided him the bottle. I hazed him by having him drink it. And to put the family through some sort of trial is just unfathomable to me, to relive that. So it was something that I had to do.
I had to look them in the eye and tell them I'm sorry that I'm sorry I didn't do anything. I'm sorry that, I was there, I was the president, and I didn't do anything about it.
To any kid who's watching this really could be you. Like, this could have been me. This could be your best friend. This could be some guy in your class who you don't even know that well, but this could be anybody. No one's safe from the dangers of excessive drinking and of hazing.
You see a lot of incidents about hazing where it's like, a guy is, falls over, hits his head, or he's barfing all night, or something, something rather obvious, and his skin's blue in the face, But with Adam, I just didn't notice any of that, and so I think it's important for people to know that it, sometimes, like, it'll seem like it's fine. Like, you'll see someone just sleeping, but then they don't wake up. Whenever I see his picture, especially the one where he's smiling and stuff, I think about his parents, I think about his family, and I think about all the pain that I've caused them and how there's nothing I could do.
I was excited to be with him in a fraternity and grow with him, and I think we would have been close friends.
Moving forward in the General Assembly, it's one of two anti-hazing bills honoring VCU freshman Adam Oakes.
The version of the bill that passed requires that schools publicly post founded instances of hazing online. Another bill would give immunity to bystanders who ask for help when hazing is happening. It also toughens the criminal charge if a victim is seriously injured or dies. From a misdemeanor to a felony.
Athens County 911, where's your emergency?
Hello, I think my friend drank a little too much. Okay, is he responsive? He was.
This is the other case that Daniel, the one that was interviewing Chris Stingman, just a little bit ago that we were listening to. This is the other documentary that he did, and this is why he feels so passionately about the Greek fraternities, because he's worked firsthand with the families and knows what happens inside these fraternities, and more importantly, how they act when they have done something wrong. And he said it's textbook how they have conducted themselves with Riley's death. So if they have no complicity in it and there was no involvement at all down to what happened in the bar or anything, they would not feel the need to protect themselves. That they would have no sense of guilt, and there would be no element of fear. And I think he was spot on with that. And Daniel would know more than ever, because he's been deep into these cases and knows what, the things that went on and the things that were not done, and immediately what were done to conceal it. So, I would say, if there's anybody that knows the ins and outs of Greek life fraternities, it would be Daniel, and he's used that knowledge to advocate and use his skills and his professional talents to turn them into documentaries and give these families and these boys a voice ultimately, and shine a light on what these fraternities are really like, and hopefully make people aware of what they're getting into before they pledge into these things, because it's not all brotherhood and kumbaya. It's quite the opposite, in my opinion, and I don't really care who feels which way about it. That's just being honest, and that's what I'm here to do. So this is the other documentary that he kept referencing. This boy's name is Colin Wyant, and this took place in Ohio. Hold on, let me look. Athens, Ohio. We're going to watch this one, and then we'll wrap it up. Tomorrow I'm going to pick up, I have a couple of things queued up that I want to show you guys, some mapping that I did and some interactive maps that I found of police cameras that are located throughout Nashville, where they're at. And, we're going to go and get into that aspect of the timeline and the discrepancies in it. Probably around 6 or 7 Eastern time tomorrow. If I can get on earlier, I'll get on earlier, but I got to get this AC fixed because a bitch be hot. Sorry.
Athens County 911, where's your emergency?
Hello, I think my friend drank a little too much. Okay, is he responsive?
I have already watched both of these, and let me just tell you, the one that we just watched was like Mickey Mouse compared to this. This one is way more detailed, way more horrific, and it is going to make you cry your eyes out and immediately enrage you. Like, it is all of the triggers, trigger warning. It is very, very horrible. And viewer discretion is advised. But I think you have to shock the public almost, to make a change, because sugarcoating it and hiding behind the reality of it isn't going to change anything. So I really respect what Daniel is doing and the way that he's went about it, and this is very, very, very disturbing and heartbreaking and enraging, and all the right things that make people stop and make an impact. So if you have a soft heart, and I would probably go ahead and just check out for the night, because this is absolutely terrible. The worst thing that you can imagine. It's 10 times worse, and I'm just being honest. I'm crying just thinking about it. But it deserves to be told. This is Colin's story, and his life mattered.
Athens County 911, where's your emergency?
Hello, I think my friend drank a little too much.
Okay, is he responsive?
He was, and then he's like kind of laid back, started passing out.
Okay, is he still breathing?
Yes, he's pretty in and out.
The caller, a friend of Colin Wyant, an 18-year-old pledge at Ohio University's Sigma Pi fraternity. The 911 call suggests Wyant was so inebriated he couldn't even stand up. But Wyant did not recover. He was pronounced dead at an Athens, Ohio hospital.
The university confirming that residence was an unofficial annex of the fraternity Sigma Pi, where Wyant recently pledged.
Ohio University.
He was a really funny kid.
He had this smile that lit up a room every time he walked into it. And he was just genuinely a great person.
He would walk in a room and you would feel his energy. People said it all the time, like he would come up to you and smile and you felt this big connection with him because his smile was so genuine and you could feel it.
He was just my best friend. We played sports together all the time, shared a bunk bed for 16, 17 years. He was a big competitor, but whenever someone was, down, he would always, reach out a hand to pick them up, just always kind of lifting up everyone.
He really cared about the underdog, and no matter who you were, he was always going to look out for you.
He also had this really unusual sense, he could walk in a room, and if someone in that room felt like they didn't belong, he had this sense for feeling out who that was immediately, and he would go to them and he'd make sure they felt good and they felt like they belonged. And he always did that ever since he was young. I don't know how he got that gift, but he definitely had that gift.
He was a loyal friend, incredibly loyal family kid, and his friends, I guess for lack of a better term, they were friends till the end, right? Colin never had any enemies, He was friends with everybody. And it was always funny, we'd be somewhere and somebody would always say, "Hey, Colin." And he'd say, "Oh, yeah." And I'd say, "Who's that?" And he goes, "Oh, yeah, this guy I met through such and such and such and such, and he plays basketball for this club team." And, he seemed to know everybody, right? And everybody kind of knew Colin.
Colin was a very caring boyfriend. I had never felt so cared for by someone outside of my family. He was a jokester too. Our sarcasm got along pretty well.
It's funny because his relationship to my family was a lot different than my other friends. So I would have 10 people over. Everyone would come in and just go downstairs to the basement. But Colin would come in and sit down with my mom or my dad or my sister and be like, "How are you? How are you doing? How was work today?" or something like that. And you really notice that he actually cared about my family, because none of my other friends did that. And all my friends and I would like go downstairs, and he'd be up there for like half an hour to an hour just like talking with my dad or something like that.
He was always busy. He always had something going on, you know. And he was also a really hard worker, very dedicated.
Unbelievably smart guy. I mean, there are so many times I remember thinking like, wow, he is so much smarter than I was at this age. So I really admired him, always.
When Colin started looking at colleges, he was pretty open-minded, and he was looking at a lot of colleges. He was looking at colleges in Chicago because his oldest brother, Austin, lived there. So we did a bunch of tours of colleges in Chicago.
He got accepted at Indiana, he got accepted at Loyola in Chicago.
But he really landed on Miami University. So he had it in his mind he was going to go there. And then right before National Decision Day, so the end of April, I remember he came into our room one night and he said, you know what, I've changed my mind. I want to go to Ohio University. And we're like, why? You've been so set on Miami. And he's like, they have this double major. It's like MIS and finance, and I think that's really going to get me where I want to go, and so I want to do that. And we're like, well, you've never even toured OU. And he's like, I've been there a million times with Austin. I'm like, it's not the same as touring it. You got to tour it. So the next day, we scheduled a tour, and we went down to Athens and did the tour.
Here's a place that's kind of close to home, but it's far enough away, and I'm getting a pretty decent scholarship to go there. So shortly after that, he just said, yeah, he goes, I feel like this is home for me. I really like OU. So
Wade and I went to Ohio University. Wade and I were very involved in the Greek system at OU. As a matter of fact, we even met during Greek week. Some of the best memories of our life were at OU. His dorm. After he was there a couple of weeks, I remember he called us and he said, yeah, a bunch of the guys in the dorm are going through Rush, so I thought I'd just check it out with them. I was like, okay, fine.
He said he had got a couple bids, and he said he was really interested in Sigma Pi's, and they weren't around when we were in school, so yeah, it didn't really register with me. And I was like, you know, probably the standard conversation. What do you like about him? That kind of thing. He said, pretty laid back guys. A couple of the guys enjoyed, working out and some of the things that he liked too, right? So he just felt really comfortable there. So, when he told me that he was going to take their bid, I wasn't surprised at all, but he talked a lot about them.
I remember thinking, I've never heard of Sigma Pi. Like, I was Greek, I've never heard of them, so I went and looked them up. And then I found out that they were a huge fraternity and a national fraternity, that they've been around for a long time, that they had a strong history and a large national presence, and I didn't find anything bad, so I felt like, okay, this is a good fraternity. When we went to see him on Parents' Weekend, he was really excited for us to see his life there, how connected he was there. So we would walk down Court Street, the main street in Athens. Like every fifth kid who would walk by, Colin would be like, dude, how are you? Or like, hey, what's up? Like, he knew all these kids. Here he was, like 18 years old. He'd been at college like 2 months, and he knew all these people. So I remember seeing that, thinking, yeah, this is Colin. This is so Colin. Like, he's already making roots here, making friendships and connections. But we also noticed his grades were slipping the past couple weeks, and that was really concerning to us because that wasn't like Colin to just let that go. So the next morning we had breakfast with him and we brought up his grades, and we said, your grades are really slipping here. I remember he said, yeah, I know that. I'm going to turn that around. I've just had so much going on. I have my classes, and then I have my fraternity stuff and my pledging stuff. So it's a lot. And, it's just fall quarter, me getting settled in. So he was going to address that. And then the night before, we had gone to his fraternity house.
And I remember him saying, yeah, well, it's not really a house. It's, an annex. We don't have a house yet. And I said, oh, okay. And that didn't seem alarming to me, but what did seem alarming was, there were no letters, in the house. Usually you can put some letters somewhere, like in the window or something.
And he's like, oh, I think they just don't have them on right now. I don't know if he thought that they got removed for grades, but it was something insignificant. He was like, yeah, they just don't have them on now. And we're like, well, usually if a Greek house doesn't have their letters, it means they lost them for a reason, like they were suspended for something. And he's like, no, I don't think it's anything like that. I think they just didn't get around to, you know, putting them on there. So I just didn't feel like it was anything major.
So we said, hey, we want to come in and look around, you know, and he's like, oh, well, they're doing some work in there and there's stuff in there, and I don't know, let me see. And we walked up, and then we met a couple of guys that were actives. And yeah, it's probably not a good time. The house is really trashed. You guys mind if maybe tomorrow or a couple weeks when you come out or something? And I said, oh, that's fine. Totally get it.
And I remember when we were at dinner with him that night, he was so distracted. I remember he kept checking his phone. And that wasn't like him. He was so distracted. And now I realize he was probably getting texts of things he had to do, and he was probably freaking out and stressing out that he wasn't doing these things. I thought that he was trying to figure out his new life in college with a demanding schedule and with independence and trying to figure out that balance. So I thought he just needs to settle in and he'll figure out, when do I work out? When do I do my schoolwork? When do I do my fraternity stuff? And that he was just settling in.
Being the best him that he could be. And I just didn't want this to be a distraction. So I just played it like I did with all my kids. I just said, look, you don't have to worry about this.
The next day I took Colin back to OU, just talked, mentioning a few things about the fraternity where it was just like, that's weird. Like they still, like that's over the top.
Sitting in front of us, and they were goofing off and being playful like they always were. And so that was very normal. And then I remember after that, we got in the car and they took me to the airport because I had a business trip. I just remember we pulled up to the airport, and right away he hopped out of the car. Like I remember getting out of the car and all of a sudden seeing him right there with my suitcase. Like he jumped out so fast and brought it over to me. And I remember telling him I loved him and I was proud of him. And I just remember holding him for the longest time. And I told him I loved him. And he said, I love you too, Mama. And that was the last word he ever said to me.
I remember going to my parents' house because he was heading back. I need to get through this.
About like his pledging and how they're like making him stay up and drink and take like Xanax and drugs and stuff like that. And I didn't even know like what pledging was. So to me, I was like so confused and I didn't know how to like process any of that. I was leaving, so I walked up to him and I said that I was gonna go. And like always, like we gave each other a hug and told each other that we loved each other. And you don't really think about this is gonna be the last time that I'm gonna see somebody until it actually happens.
So that night, Colin goes to the fraternity annex house on Mill Street, and some of the guys are hanging out, watching a game, and one of the fraternity brothers pulls out a box of whippets and says, hey, we should all do this. So everyone's doing whippets. Colin takes a hit and has an asthma attack and goes into anaphylactic shock.
His eyes roll to the back of his head and he is in trouble. That's at about 2:50 in the morning. The response should have been immediate. The response should have been to call 911 right then and there. But instead, his first reaction was not to get help. It was to call the fraternity president to figure out how to handle the situation, right? The immediate thought was, how can we avoid getting in trouble for what's happening here? So some, 9 or 10 minutes, maybe even longer, went by before anybody was even called.
Athens County 911, where's your emergency?
Hello, I think my friend drank a little too much.
Okay, is he responsive?
He was, and then he's like kind of laid back, started passing out.
Okay, is he still breathing?
Yes, he's
okay.
He's pretty in and out.
911 gets there, and started administering aid to Colin, and it was too late.
At 5:25 a.m. I was asleep in my bed, and I heard a knock at the door. I went down and opened the door. There were two police officers. They said, "Are you Kathleen Wyatt?" And I'm like, "Why?" And they're like, "Can you get your husband?" And now I was still half asleep, like you're trying to make out what's going on. I'm literally still half asleep. And I'm also getting defensive and worried. And then I see there's this other guy standing to the side, just standing there. And he's like in jeans and regular clothing. And now I'm wondering about him, and I'm like, well, who's that? And he said, that's the chaplain. And the minute he said those words, I knew it was one of my kids. And I was pretty certain that maybe they had died, but I knew it was Austin or Olivia or Colin, because those were the three that didn't live at home anymore. The other two, Aiden and Ava, were upstairs sound asleep. And I said, which one of my kids is it? And they said, ma'am, we need you to get your husband. And I said, I understand exactly what's going on here. Tell me which one of my kids it is. And they said, ma'am, we need you to get your husband. And I started screaming up the steps and screaming really loud, Wade, come here quick, it's bad, it's really bad. Come here quick, it's really bad. And I've never seen him move so fast. He came down the steps so fast that like the last 3 steps, he like kind of his heels slid down the last 3 steps. He was, and because I think he had never heard my voice sound like that.
I had a sense when I came down there, and the Dublin police chaplain had me sit down. He didn't have to say anything. I knew. I just didn't know who it was, and my mind was racing.
And I remember they said, on behalf of the Dublin Police Department, we regret to inform you that at 3 a.m. this morning, your son, Colin Wyatt, was found unresponsive at 45 Mill Street in Athens, Ohio.
And the last person that came to my mind was Colin. The last person. And when they said it was him, I couldn't see straight. It was just a vacuum. And I just remember crying, just being inconsolable. I just couldn't believe, what I was hearing. And we couldn't get any details. We didn't know what was going on until one of the policemen said that it was at a fraternity house, and in the middle of the night. And that's when my heart sunk, because I knew it had to be a party that got out of control, and it could have been hazing. And that was the first thing that came to my mind.
I just remember asking question after question. What happened? How'd he die? What? And I kept asking questions, and they didn't have information, and I kept asking the same questions. And they kept saying they found a few whippets around his body. That's all we have. When I realized we were at a dead end, that the police truly didn't know anything else, I quickly escorted them out, to the point that I think they were worried. They were so nice. They stayed parked outside of our house for all morning long, for hours and hours that day, just to make sure we were okay. And then Wade and I went upstairs.
And then my mom came in my room, and she told me to go in Aiden's room, that she had news, and she was crying. And I remember thinking of something bad, but I never would have thought it was my brothers or my sister.
It was awful. It was awful. Kathleen just came right out and said it. We were on each of their beds, waking them up, making sure. Now, do you understand? Can you hear me? Do you understand? Have you woken up? Yeah.
And they said the police just came to the door. They found Colin dead at the fraternity house. I didn't shed a tear. I was just sitting there. I was sitting up on my bed. Didn't believe it.
Then I remember all this going through my head, like, oh my God, Colin died in front of kids, because they said there were people there. this is going to be on social media. And then I became terrified that Austin or Olivia were going to find out through social media. And I was terrified of that. So I called one of Olivia's roommates and said, Margaret, I have some very bad news for Olivia. I need you to wake her up, and I'm going to tell her, and then I need you to get her in the car and bring her home. Olivia got on the phone, I told her, and that was awful. And Margaret brought her home. And then I remember having to call Austin, and that was awful. Austin lived in Chicago, he lived alone.
Right away, you know from the tone that something bad's happened, and the first thing I think of is something happened to my dad, because we just got the news that he had cancer, everything. And then she told me Colin died, and I couldn't process it. I just remember dropping the phone and like taking a second before I really like freaked out, because I couldn't believe it.
You want to take care of your kids and your spouse and the people around you, and then it hits you, he's not coming back, you know, and it's why wasn't it me, and just not fair. And then you've got a bunch of questions that aren't answered. And as I remember, like a couple of days after they played the 911 call, and we were watching it in the morning on TV, and I just was like, what is happening, right? What is happening? My life is just upside down. You gotta be kidding me. And that's when I first started to think to myself, man, he really touched a lot of lives, because these weren't just our friends.
Kind of reported early on as just, you know, some college kids in a room late at night and somebody overdosed on drugs, right? In the course of our investigation, we learned that Colin Wyant had been the pledge class president of Sigma Pi, and that there had just been horrific acts of hazing that went on over the course of a couple months, to the point that Colin was literally exhausted. He was having a very difficult time in school, and this is a really smart kid. He had been on a trip to Gatlinburg that the fraternity affectionately called Fratlinburg.
He texted me and told me that it was one of the best and worst experiences of his life. One of the best because, you know, he felt so cool to be one of the freshmen there, but one of the worst because they whipped him with a belt. They stayed up all night doing drugs. They egged them. It's just physical abuse.
We're not having an initiation right now. Like, they had to be traumatized. They had to be traumatized. They just saw an 18-year-old die in front of them.
I don't use the word haunting lightly, but still haunts me to this day is, could he have been had they reacted sooner, could this have been avoided?
You hear stories on the news about hazing, and you hear different talks throughout high school or whatever, but you sit in those talks and you listen and you hear about all the bad stuff, but you never in a million years think it's going to be you, and you never in a million years think it's going to be your brother until it is.
Colin's level-headed. He wasn't going to put himself in a bad spot, which makes this all the more just crazy to me. But then again, Colin's a leader, and he had mentioned to me on a couple of occasions that, Dad, I'm going to get through the pledging part of it. And he goes, I think I can be a leader in this fraternity, and there's some things I want to change. And I was like, that's really cool, and so I mentioned his loyalty and his commitment to seeing things through, I think was kind of a perfect cocktail here,
Every single red flag there could have been, he straight up told me. He blatantly told me everything that was happening to him, but I disregarded it because he was happy that he was being accepted by them.
The hallmarks of hazing are that the acts begin small and innocent, right? You all have to show up at 11 o'clock at night and regurgitate the history or the lore of the university, and if you don't get it right, you got to do it again and again and again. Or you got to go run an errand for an active, or you might have to do some laundry or pick up food. But then from there, the grooming graduates, right? It escalates into more serious acts. And for some reason in the last 10 years, alcohol and drugs have been a really big component of the hazing circle. And there's a big difference between somebody at a bar that is even binge drinking and has the ability to say, I'm done, enough for me. Whereas in the hazing context, when somebody is handed a bottle of alcohol to drink and told to drink it before they leave the room, the fear is that if they don't, they're going to be bounced from the fraternity. So they feel as though they have no choice. In the case of Colin, he went up to that room that night. There were whippets all over the room, and he was told to ingest the whippets. And same thing, it doesn't matter if it's a liter of alcohol or if it's a whippet. At that moment, they feel like, I have got an obligation to do this. And if I don't, I'm going to be either bounced from the fraternity or I'm going to be shamed. I'm going to be viewed as a quitter or somebody who's weak, can't take it. So I think it's a completely different situation in the hazing context, because I think it removes real freedom of choice from these young kids.
From the moment that he decided to join Sigma Pi, he was, raised up to pledge class president. He had this vision for himself of being a leader, being someone who could change the system from within, and ultimately became one of these people that he wanted so badly to help on the other side. He would think, if I could just get through the pledging process, if I can just become a full member, I could be part of this leadership team and ultimately really try and change this organization. And what's unfortunate is that it just never got to that point. I think talking to pledges who had since left the pledging process, were no longer involved with Sigma Pi, they realized that there was a lot of stuff going on here beneath the surface.
The stories are all over the place. Fraternity members told police one thing and the university another.
Yesterday, Ohio University ordered the fraternity and all of its members to immediately cease and desist all organizational activities.
They ended up calling a bunch of the fraternity brothers in to one of these hearings. It was, the university leaders, student life, deans having conversations with these young men. And, these were private hearings. These were not something that was, the public could come into, but they were all being recorded. And what we heard in these recordings were really shocking. It was, university officials trying to figure out what was going on, ask these young men, what happened that night, what happened in the weeks leading up to Colin's death, and just time and time again, just refusing to answer, refusing to be held accountable for their actions. So you can see this power dynamic that these young men feel so accountable to the fraternity and to the fraternity officials rather than to answering for their actions from the university. And ultimately, the university decides, yeah, there's hazing taking place here and we can't have this. So they end up expelling the fraternity from campus. Sigma Pi is no longer a fraternity on Ohio University's campus.
The police didn't even begin their investigation until we went down to Athens and provided them with a packet of information that we had uncovered in our investigation. And then that led to further investigation by the police and indictments and criminal proceedings and the whole 9 yards. And the Athens police were very, very helpful in that process. What has been somewhat difficult is we certainly had obstruction from the active members who were not telling us the truth. Some refused to even speak to us when we called them.
He died in November. The charges were filed 1 year later, like almost to the week.
9 people are now facing charges related to alleged hazing at an off-campus house.
That's right, 3 of the 9 people that are facing charges in connection to Colin Wyan's death, they were right here at the Athens County Courthouse.
So we are here today for purposes of arraignment.
One of them charged with reckless homicide, another involuntary manslaughter. Many of the other charges range from drug trafficking to hazing.
In the past, the fraternity denied the hazing allegations. The university later expelled Sigma Pi.
I think to the college students that this sends a message regarding the magnitude of this and the consequences and how seriously this has been taken.
As to the 2 misdemeanors, the 1 count of hazing and then the other count which had been charged as an assault, which is part of the agreement that your attorney has negotiated with the state on your behalf, that would be being amended to a hazing as well. Do you understand each of those being misdemeanors of the 4th degree could carry fines of up to $250 and up to 30 days in jail for a total fine of $500 for 60 days in jail?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. And is it your wish to waive those rights and enter a plea of guilty today?
Yes, Your Honor.
I would just ask the court to adopt the agreement. I believe that Elijah, when he filled out his statement of guilt for the ACE contract, did identify the fact that he has learned that his conduct was inappropriate by not only hazing individuals, but also instructing them not to provide information to Ohio University during the investigation of Sigma Pi. So I hope that he also learns from that to echo the Wyant family and becomes somewhat of a voice for Sigma Pi and the rest of his brothers nationally in terms of trying to get hazing to stop and being a voice for that.
The most severe penalty that was ultimately handed down went to the young man who ended up calling 911. You know, he was sentenced to 1 month in jail, which was the most that any of these young men got. The vast majority of them pled to lesser charges, or investigators,
And I was told, well, in Ohio, hazing's just a 4th degree misdemeanor, which is the equivalent of not paying your parking ticket. I was so angry. And I remember thinking, they've got to change that. I remember that was my whole thought, that they need to change that. I never set out for me to change it. I set out to find who were the people who were going to change this, because this was unacceptable. I was just looking for those people who were going to change it.
So my name is Stephanie Coonsey. I'm a state senator here in Ohio. I am the sponsor of Collins Law, which was Senate Bill 126, to strengthen our laws here in Ohio to prevent any additional deaths from hazing. It's kind of the heart of a mother who is on a mission, and I was just grateful to be a mother that got to partner with her. I had kids in college during the same time, and I think it really hit home that we send our kids off to school with big dreams and big hopes, and unfortunately Collins ended in a nightmare that the Wyant family won't wake up from. And that just really sat with me upon hearing her story, meeting her. That void just won't be filled, and we don't want any family to suffer and go through that anymore.
Collins Law does a few different things. Number one, it widens the definition of hazing in the state of Ohio. It makes known hazing criminal, which is really important. So now when coaches know this is a tradition that goes on our team and I just kind of turn a blind eye, now it's criminal for them to know about it. So now known hazing has to be reported. That's huge. Anti-hazing training is required of all students on all campuses. And hazing is now up to a 3rd degree felony in the state of Ohio. And last, and what is one of the most important pieces to me, is it has a transparency piece where now you can go on the website of any university in the state of Ohio. You can look up any one of their organizations and find out every violation of code of conduct they've had. That is significant to me, because when Colin said I'm pledging Sigma Pi fraternity, I looked them up, found nothing bad. I did my homework. I did everything I knew how to do. If Collins Law was in place, I would have seen that a few months prior they sent a pledge to the ER with 8 staples to the head from a pledging activity. I also, with Collins Law, would have seen that they were suspended a few years prior for hazing 15 pledges in the front yard in the middle of the night, stripped down and blindfolded. Wade and I would have read that and said, dear God, if that's what they're doing in public, what are they doing behind closed doors? Hopefully Colin would not have wanted to pledge that fraternity, but that doesn't matter. I can assure you, Wade and I would have said, oh, you're absolutely not pledging that fraternity. If just that one small piece of Collins Law was in place, Colin would be alive today.
Putting a stop to hazing across Ohio, that has been Kathleen Wyant's goal the past 2 years.
The bill has received the required constitutional majority and is hereby passed and entitled.
With unanimous support, Ohio's House of Representatives passed Collins Law, receiving a standing ovation from lawmakers.
I'm really hopeful that Collins Law will become model legislation and encourage other states to pass similar protections for young people that are going to college in their state.
In a few moments, I will be signing Senate Bill 126, also known as Collins Law. This bill passed the Senate unanimously. this bill passed the House unanimously. This is really a question of culture, and for decades, the culture of hazing has been accepted as something that is tolerated. This bill says that going forward, hazing in the state of Ohio is simply not tolerated.
Colin was a protector by nature. I can think of no greater way to honor him than a law in his name designed for the sole purpose of protecting others. Colin, I know you're watching, and I hope we made you proud.
Kobe versus LeBron, the final chapter, February 10th, 2016, the Q.
That's so awesome, Colin.
I like it. Oh my God.
What happened to Riley Strain? That's the question everyone is asking as new details emerge in this missing man mystery. A fraternity brother claims that Riley's phone pinged near the sheriff's office at 11 p.m. in a 911 call. But the family's information shows the phone was off since 9:53 p.m. This discrepancy throws the timeline into question, and things get even more interesting with security footage. Cameras captured a group carrying heavy object around 11:03 p.m., close to when there was disputed phone activity.
Okay. Does he have any life-sustaining medications or disabilities?
No.
And what is, you said he has a phone, so it's a cell phone, right?
Yeah, it's an iPhone 15 Pro Max.
What is the number?
But it's hold on. Give me 1 second. I got you.
Sure.
All right, you ready?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay.
You said the last four were 4198?
Yes.
Okay. And are you going to be waiting there at the door of the precinct, or are you going to be waiting in your car?
I mean, yeah, we're at the front door of the precinct.
Okay. I've got the call sent there at the Central Precinct, 601 Korean Veterans Boulevard in downtown, right across from Music Fee Center. We'll get an officer out to you as soon as we can. Please call us back if something changes before they arrive. Sorry.
No, you're good.
Okay. Like I say, just call us back if something changes before they arrive.
That's fine.
All right.
We'll be here.
Thank you.
Okay, right here, the filter that I have on this, to me, that looks like a boot right here. This looks like the knees bended. The knees would be right here. This looks like pants that are unbuttoned and zipped. You can see the end of the belt here. The button would be here. This is where they would be zipped, and they're kind of rolled a little bit right here. Then they're all the way up on his waist right here. Then they go down. That's where his knees would be. The legs are bent at the knees here. Still has boots on. This would be his back. And then somebody else here is got his arms, like pulling his arms above his head. And this is the footage at 11:03. And the frat brother said that his phone pinged the last time in front of the sheriff's department at 11. But the family's last phone ping is at 9:53. So it's odd that they would say 11 when the family's is an hour before that. And then all this weird activities in front of the Birch building, literally at the time that the frat brothers say that his phone pinged there. So something is happening here. Somebody is being drugged, in my opinion. I don't know by who. That should be the police's concern to figure out.